Chapter 1. He made the mistake of telling a lie. He sensed this the moment he opened his mouth to answer Fernand Lebouc, and it was really only from timidity and lack of self-confidence that he failed to change the words that rose to his lips. So he said, "She's gone to Bourges." Lebouc, as he rinsed a glass behind the counter, asked, "La Lutte still there, is she?" He replied without looking up, "I suppose so." It was 10 in the morning and a Thursday, so the market was in full swing. In Fernand's narrow, glass-fronted café on the corner of Impasse des Trois Rois, 5 or 6 men were standing at the counter. At that precise moment, it was not important who was present, but it would become so, and Jonas Milk would later try to identify every face. Alongside him stood Gaston Ansel, the butcher, with his highly colored cheeks and blood-stained apron. A man who dropped in 3 or 4 times a morning for a quick glass of white wine, wiping his mouth afterwards in his own characteristic way. He had a booming voice, was always cracking jokes, and teased the housewives when they were buying meat, while Madame Ansel at the till would apologize for her husband's ripe vocabulary. Next to Ansel, a cup of coffee in his hand, was Beneche, the policeman on market duty, known to everyone as Julien. There was also a little old man in a greenish jacket. His hands shook, and he must have spent the night on the streets, as he did most of the time. No one knew who he was, or where he came from, but they were used to him, and in the end he melted into the background. Who else? An electrician, not known to Jonas, accompanied by another man whose pockets were stuffed full of pencils, a foreman perhaps, or the owner of a small business. He never managed to recall who the 6th customer was, and yet he could have sworn there was a silhouette between himself and the window. Seated at the tables behind the drinkers were 3 or 4 market women clad in black vegetable sellers, snatching a bite to eat. It was like any other market day on a Tuesday, Thursday, or Saturday. This particular Thursday morning, the bright, warm June sunshine was striking full on to the facades around the square, while in the hazy blue shade of the covered market, shoppers made their way among the stalls and baskets. Jonas had not wanted to disrupt his routine, At about 10 o'clock, since he had no customers, he had walked the 5 meters along the pavement to reach Fernand's cafe, from where he could keep an eye on the boxes of second-hand books displayed outside his shop front. He could have said nothing at all. Some people went up to the counter at Fernand's without opening their mouths, since they were regulars, and in his case, it was always an espresso coffee. But he ordered it all the same, perhaps out of humility or the need to be clear. An espresso. Almost everyone there knew the others, and sometimes didn't even say good day, assuming they had already met earlier that morning. Fernand Lebuc, for instance, had been on his feet since 3 a.m. when the trucks arrived, and Ansel, the butcher, up since 5, had already paid at least 2 visits to the bar. The shops ran continuously around the market, which had a slate roof but no walls. The gutter surrounding it was littered with boxes and cartons, rotten oranges, and trampled wood shavings. The housewives who stepped across the rubbish were unaware that before they had arrived, long before they were even awake, the marketplace had already been the scene of frenzied activity for hours as the heavy lorries rumbled in, smelling of fuel oil. Jonas watched the coffee trickle, drop by drop, from the thin chrome tap into the brown cup. And he had another regular habit before he was served. He would undo the transparent paper around his 2 lumps of sugar. Gina well, Lebuc had asked him. At first, he had answered, yes, she's fine. It was only because of what Fernand had said next that he felt obliged to lie. I just wondered if she was ill. Didn't see her this morning. The butcher broke off his conversation with the policeman to say, no. Come to think, I haven't seen her either. As a rule, Gina, in bedroom slippers, often with her hair uncombed, and sometimes wrapped in a flowery dressing gown, would do her shopping early on market days, before the crowd. Jonas opened his mouth, and it was then that, in spite of every instinct telling him not to, he changed the words he was going to say. She's gone to Bourges. His wife did go to Bourges from time to time to visit La Lutte, as they all called her, the daughter of the seed merchants opposite, who had gone to live there 2 years earlier, but almost always, and everyone must have known this. Gina took the 11:30 bus. He was angry with himself for making this reply, not only because it was untrue, and he didn't like lying, but because something told him it was the wrong thing to do. Yet he couldn't tell them the truth, the less so since Palestri, Gina's father, would be in at any minute, getting off his delivery three-wheeler for a glass of something. It was the butcher who asked nobody in particular, "What does she do in Bourges anyway?" La Lude? Fernand replied offhandedly, "On the streets, I dare say." And it was odd that the butcher should have been there and joined in the talk, since his own daughter, Clémence, the older one who was married, was indirectly involved in the affair. Jonas took small sips of his coffee. It was scalding hot, so it misted up his spectacles, making him look a little different from usual. "See you later," he said, putting some coins down on the linoleum counter. No one had touched the 2 boxes of books. On market days, he rarely sold anything those mornings. He handled little more than a few loans. Automatically, he tidied the books, glanced at the window display, and went back inside the shop with its mild smell of dust and mildewed paper. He had not dared go to Clémence's house during the night, but he had seen the butcher's daughter earlier that day, on her way to market, pushing the baby in its pram. He had gone up to her on purpose. "Morning, Clémence. Morning, Monsieur Jonas." She called him Monsieur because she was 22 and he 40. She had been at school with Gina, both of them born here on Place du Vieux Marché. Gina was the daughter of Palestri, the greengrocer, who went round on his three-wheeled carrier doing deliveries, while his wife minded the shop. "Nice day," he had said, peering at Clémence through his thick glasses. "Yes. Going to be warm, I think." He leaned over to peer at the baby, Poo-Poo, who was huge. "He's getting bigger," he said seriously. "I think his first tooth's coming through. Say hello to Gina for me." That had been at about 9 o'clock, as she said the last words. Clémence had glanced towards the back of the shop, as if she expected to see her friend in the kitchen. She hadn't looked embarrassed. She had pushed her pram off towards the Shane's grocery and gone inside. That meant that Gina had lied to him, something Jonas had been almost sure of since the previous day. He had shut up shop at 7 that evening as usual, or rather, closed the door without dropping the catch. Since as long as he was up and about, there was no reason to miss a potential customer. Some of them came along quite late to exchange books they had borrowed. From the kitchen, you could hear the bell tinkle when the door opened. The house was narrow, one of the oldest on the Vieux Marché, with the date still engraved on one of the stones, alongside a shield, 1596. "Dinner's ready," Gina had called, and at the same time he could hear something sizzling in the frying pan. Just coming. She was wearing a red cotton dress that clung to the curves of her body. He had never dared raise the subject with her. She had large breasts and ample hips, and made sure the dressmaker provided her with figure-hugging clothes, under which she wore only a bra and panties, so that moved, you could see the dimple of her navel. She was cooking fish, and before that there was sorrel soup. They didn't lay a linen cloth, just ate off the everyday oilcloth, and Gina often did not bother to put food into serving dishes, but brought the saucepans directly to the table, outside the house, with other people. She was vivacious, with bright, inviting eyes, always ready to laugh, the more so since she had dazzling white teeth. Everyone agreed that she was the prettiest girl in the market, even if some people added comments or pursed their lips when they mentioned her. When she was alone with Jonas, all the life went out of her face. Sometimes the transformation happened the moment she crossed the threshold of the bookshop. She would cheerfully pass a last remark to someone outside, and by the time she had turned round to enter the house, her features had become expressionless. Her movements were not the same, and if she still rolled her hips, it was often with lassitude. There were evenings when they ate their meal without exchanging a word, finishing quickly, as if it was an ordeal to be got through, and he would still be sitting at the table when she began washing the dishes in the sink behind his back. Had they spoken at all last night, since he hadn't known yet? He hadn't paid attention, but he couldn't remember their saying a single thing. The marketplace, so busy in the mornings, was quiet in the evening, and the only sounds were cars passing on Rue de Bourges, about 100 meters away. or from time to time, a mother calling her children home from playing under the great slate roof. As she finished the dishes, she had announced, "I'm going round to Clémence's." 2 years earlier, the butcher's elder daughter had married a man who worked for the water board. It had been a big wedding, attended by everyone from the marketplace. Her married name was Reverdy, and the young couple lived in an apartment on Rue des Deux Ponts. Although he had not asked his wife for details, she had added, turning her back to him, "There's a film on they want to see." When this happened, Gina would go round to sit with the baby, who was only 8 months old. She would take a book with her, pick up a key, and would not be home until midnight. Since the Riverdis went to the late showing, the lamp was not yet lit. Enough light was coming through the window and the door on to the courtyard. The air was bluish, impressively still, as so often at the end of long summer days. Birds were twittering in the lime tree behind the Chines grocery store. The only tree on the block, it stood in the middle of the large backyard, cluttered with barrels and boxes. Gina had gone upstairs. The staircase did not start from the kitchen, but from the little cubbyhole leading off the shop that Jonas called his office. When she came down, she was not wearing a hat or coat. In any case, she only ever wore a hat to go to Mass on Sundays. Other days, she went out bareheaded, her dark hair tousled, flicking it back if it fell onto her cheek. "See you later." He had noticed she was clutching the large, rectangular, patent leather handbag he had given her for her last birthday. He almost called her back to say, "You've forgotten to take a book." But she was already away down the pavement, walking briskly, almost running, towards Rue des Prémontrés. He had remained for a while on the threshold, following her with his eyes, then breathing in the warm evening air and watching the lights start to go on to his left, along Rue de Bourges. What had he done until midnight? The boxes of books that he wheeled out every morning had been brought inside. He had moved some volumes round for no special reason, just matching the colors of their covers. He had switched on the electric light. There were books everywhere, on shelves reaching up to the ceiling, or in piles on the counter and in corners on the floor. Second-hand books, almost all shabby, dog-eared, repaired with sticky tape, and he lent out more than he sold. Only on one wall of the shop were there some ancient bindings, volumes from the 17th or 18th century, an old copy of La Fontaine's Fables published in Belgium, a Latin Bible with curious engravings, Bourdalou's sermons, 5 different editions of Fontenelle's Télémaque, then lower down more recent collected sets, such as the History of the Consulate and Empire, bound in dark green. Jonas didn't smoke. Apart from coffee, he didn't drink either. He only went to the cinema from time to time to please Gina. And did it really please her anyway? He wasn't sure. She was keen for them to go, though, the same way she was keen for them to sit in one of the boxes, which to her mind told the world she was a married woman. He didn't blame her. He didn't blame her for anything, even now. What right did he have to ask anything of her? His office, or rather cubbyhole, between the shop and the kitchen, had no window, with the only air coming through the 2 outer doors. And here, too, there were books up to the ceiling, but above all, what it held, in a desk at which he always sat down with a satisfied sigh, were his reference works on philately and his stamps. For he wasn't just a bookseller, he was a dealer in postage stamps. And if his shop, amid all the grocers and butchers of the Vieux Marché, wasn't much to look at, the local shopkeepers would have been surprised to learn that the name of Jonas Milk was known by stamp collectors and dealers throughout the world. In a drawer, within reach, were stored the precision tools that he used to measure the perforations of the stamps, study the paper quality, or the watermark, identifying faults in the printing or in the postmark, detecting forgeries. Unlike most of his colleagues in the trade, he bought anything he could lay hands on, receiving from abroad envelopes of 500, 1,000, or 10,000 stamps, the kind that are sold to beginners, theoretically worth nothing at all, although they had already been through the hands of experienced dealers. He nevertheless examined these stamps one by one, without throwing anything away first, and occasionally he made a find. For example, one stamp issue, of no interest in its normal state, would become a rarity if the image came from a defective plate. Another might have been printed during tests in a color slightly different from the final choice. And these examples were very rare items. Almost all dealers, like almost all collectors, like to specialize in a period, a type of stamp. Jonas Milk had specialized in monsters, in stamps that for one reason or another broke the rules, magnifying glass in hand. He had worked until 11:30 that evening. For a moment, he considered locking up and going to meet his wife. Clémence and her husband lived only 10 minutes away, in a quiet street overlooking the canal. He would have liked to walk back slowly with Gina along the empty pavement, even if they had nothing to say to each other. But, afraid she might be annoyed, he decided against it. She would have thought he had come out to spy on her, to check that she really had gone to Clémence's, or that she was returning home on her own. He went into the kitchen and lit the gas to make himself a cup of coffee. It wouldn't stop him sleeping. He filled in the time tidying up, since his wife had not even put the pans away, and he didn't blame her for that either, since his marriage. The house had been less well kept than when he had lived alone and done almost everything himself. He dared not tidy or polish in front of her, for fear she would take it as a reproach. But when she was out, he always found something to clean. Today, for instance, it was the frying pan, which she had not taken the time to wash, and which still smelled of herring. Midnight struck from Saint Cecile's church, behind the market, on the corner of Rue de Bourges. He calculated, as he had already done at other times, that the film would have finished at 11:30, that the reveille would have taken hardly more than 20 minutes to get back to Rue des Deux Ponts, and then they might have chatted a little with Gina, so she would not be home before midnight, and after leaving a single light on the ground floor, he went upstairs, wondering whether his wife had taken the key. He couldn't remember seeing it in her hand. Usually, it was an almost ritual gesture of hers to slip it into her handbag at the last moment. He would have to go downstairs to let her in, since he wouldn't be asleep yet. Their bedroom had a low ceiling, with a large, white-painted overhead beam down the middle, a walnut frame bed, and a wardrobe with a mirror and 2 doors, which he had bought at auction. Even up here, there was a smell of old books, combined with the kitchen smells tonight. That was the herring. He undressed, put on pajamas, and brushed his teeth. From one of the two windows giving onto the courtyard, he could see across the backyard of the Chains' house the windows of the Palestris. Gina's parents, they must be in bed like everyone in the market. They got up before daybreak, and the only light was in the window belonging to Fredo, Gina's brother. Perhaps he was just back from the cinema, too. He was an odd young man, with a low forehead and thick eyebrows, who always looked at Jonas as if he could never forgive him for marrying his sister. At 12:30, she had still not returned, and Milk, lying down, but still wearing his glasses, was gazing at the ceiling with melancholy patience. He was not worried yet. He might have been, because there had been times before when she had not come home, and once she had been absent for 3 days. On her return, she had given him no explanation. She was probably not feeling proud of herself. Truth be told, her features were strained, her eyes weary, and an unfamiliar smell seemed to linger about her. But as she walked in past him, she had nevertheless drawn herself up and confronted him defiantly. He had said nothing to her. What would be the point? What could he have said on the contrary? He had acted more kindly and attentively than usual. And a couple of evenings later, she had herself suggested they should take a walk along the canal, and had linked arms with him. She was not malicious. She didn't hate him, as her brother Fredo did. He was sure she was doing her best to be a good wife, and that she was grateful to him for marrying her. 2 or 3 times, he started, hearing a noise, but it was just mice. Downstairs, he had given up trying to get rid of them. All round the market, with its enticing smells and quantities of tasty foodstuffs, the walls were full of tunnels, making a secret city for rodents. Luckily, the mice and rats found enough to eat elsewhere not to be tempted to attack the books, so Jonas no longer worried about them. Sometimes mice even scampered about the room when he and Gina were in bed, coming up close, as if they were curious to see humans asleep, and voices no longer frightened them off. A motorbike roared to a stop on the other side of the marketplace. It must be the Chenu boy, the fishmonger's son. There was silence again, and the church clock struck 1:45, and eventually the hour. Only then did Jonas get up and go over to the cane-seated chair where he had put his clothes. The first time this had happened, he had run about all over town, feeling ashamed, looking into dark corners and peering through the window of the only bar open at that hour, in a street near the factory. Tonight, there was a possible explanation. Perhaps Clémence's baby, Poo-Poo, had been taken ill, and Gina had stayed on to help. He got dressed, still hoping, went downstairs, glanced into the kitchen just in case. It was empty and smelled of cold herring. He picked up his hat on the way through the office and left the house, closing the door behind him. But what if Gina didn't have a key and then got back while he was out? What if she was coming from Clémence's a different way? He thought it best to unlock the door again so that she could let herself in. Above the slates of the market roof, the sky was clear, with just a few clouds, made luminous by the moon. A couple was walking along Rue de Bourges, quite far away, but the air was so resonant that, even at a distance, he could hear everything they were saying. On his way to Rue des Deux Ponts, he met no one, saw only one lighted window, somebody waiting up perhaps, like him, or bedridden, even dying. He was embarrassed by the sound of his footsteps on the cobbles and felt as if he were an intruder. He knew the Revertis building, second left after the corner, and immediately saw that there were no lights on in the young couple's apartment, which was on the first floor. What would be the point of ringing the doorbell, making a fuss, and prompting questions to which no one would have the answers? Perhaps, in spite of everything, Gina was on her way home. It was more than probable, though, that she had been lying, that she had not come over here to Clémence's at all, and that the couple had not gone to the cinema. He remembered that she hadn't picked up a book as she usually did when she was babysitting Poo-Poo, and it had also struck him that she was carrying her black patent leather handbag for no reason. He loitered for 5 minutes on the pavement, looking up at windows behind which people were sleeping, then walked away as if on tiptoe. When he reached the marketplace, the first truck to arrive, an enormous one from Moulins, was almost blocking Rue des Prémontrés, and the driver was asleep, open-mouthed, in his cab. As he crossed his threshold, he called out, "Gina," as if to ward off fate. He tried to speak in a normal voice without showing any distress. "You there, Gina?" He closed the door and put up the bar, hesitated over whether to make himself more coffee, decided not to, and went back upstairs to bed. If he slept, he was not aware of it. He had left the light on for no reason, and an hour went by before he took off his glasses, without which the outside world was a hazy vision to him. He heard more trucks driving up, doors slamming, crates and cartons being unloaded onto the pavement. He could hear Fernand Lebuc opening the bar, and then the first vans of the market stall holders began to arrive. Gina had not come home. She wasn't coming home. He must have nodded off then, since he did not see the change from night to day. One moment, it was still dark, with lights on in the market. Then suddenly the sun was shining into the room and onto his bed. With a trembling hand, he felt the place alongside him, and naturally there was no one there. Normally, Gina would be a warm presence, curled up and giving off a strong female smell. Sometimes, in her sleep, she would turn over suddenly, move one thigh across Jonas's leg, and grip it, breathing heavily. He decided not to go downstairs, not to get up earlier than usual, but to follow his normal routine. He lay awake, and to keep his mind occupied, paid attention to the sounds of the market, trying to identify them with the meticulous care he applied to the features of a postage stamp. He had almost been born here himself. Not quite, not like the others, but they greeted him in the morning just as they greeted each other, with the same good-natured familiarity, and he had his place, so to speak, standing at Lebuc's counter. Twice he heard the voice of Ansel the butcher down below, arguing with the man who delivered his sides of beef, and there was some business about sheep that had angered him. The chain's grocery store next door opened later, and further along was the Palestris greengrocery, where Angel, Gina's mother, was already at work. She took care of the business. Louis, her husband, was a good enough sort, but he couldn't keep off the drink. So to occupy him, the three-wheeler had been bought, and he did deliveries, not just for his own produce, but for other shopkeepers round the market who had no transport of their own. This humiliated Louis. He never admitted it. On the one hand, he was glad to be out and about all day and able to drink whenever he wanted to. But on the other, he wasn't stupid. He realized that he didn't count. He was no longer the real head of the family, and that drove him to drink more. What should Angel have done? Jonas had asked himself that question, but didn't know the answer. Gina had no respect for her father. When he dropped in between two deliveries, she would put the bottle of wine and a glass on the table and say, "There, that's what you came for, isn't it?" Louis would pretend to laugh it off and assume she was joking. He knew she was serious, but could not resist the urge to fill his glass. All the same, as he left their house, his parting remark might be, "Little trollop, aren't you?" Jonas tried not to be around when that happened. In front of him, Palestri felt more humiliated than ever, and that was perhaps one reason he was almost as hostile to his son-in-law as his son was. At 6 o'clock, Jonas went down to make coffee. He was always the first downstairs, and in summer, he would open the door onto the courtyard. Often, Gina would not appear until about 7:30 or even 8, when the shop was already open. She liked to drift about in a dressing gown and slippers, her face still glistening with the sweat of the night. And it didn't bother her to be seen by other people. She would lounge in the doorway or stroll past the Chanya's shop to say hello to her mother, coming back with fruit or vegetables. Morning, Gina. Morning, Pierrot. She knew everyone, wholesalers, retailers, truck drivers, the women from country villages who had traveled into town to sell produce from their garden or farmyard. As a little girl, she had once run about with a bare bottom between the baskets and orange boxes. She was a little girl no longer. She was a woman of 24, and her school friend Clémence had a child. Others already had 2 or 3. Gina had not come home, and Jonas, with studied movements, was taking his boxes outside to stand in front of the window, adjusting the price labels, and walking across to the baker's to buy croissants. He always bought 5, 3 for him, 2 for his wife. And when they automatically wrapped them for him in the usual flimsy brown paper, he did not object. He would just throw away the 2 extra ones. That was when the idea occurred to him to say nothing, as a way of refusing to admit to himself that Gina had left without telling him. And in any case, had she really left when she had gone out the night before? She was wearing a thin cotton frock and carrying only a patent leather handbag. She might come back later in the day at any moment. Perhaps she was already there. Once more. He tried to cheat fortune. "Gina," he called, going inside, in a would-be cheerful voice. Then he ate his breakfast alone at a corner of the kitchen table, washed his cup and plate, and gathered up the crumbs from the croissants. To be absolutely certain, he went back upstairs and checked that his wife's suitcase was still in the cupboard. She only had the one. It would have been possible. The day before, while he had a coffee at Le Book's, for example, for her to have taken the case out and left it somewhere. The postman arrived, and it took him some time to go through the mail, glancing quickly at some stamps he had ordered from Cairo. Then it was already 10 o'clock, and he went, as he did every morning, to Fernand's cafe. "Gina well?" "Yes, she's fine." "I just wondered if she was ill. Didn't see her this morning." And why couldn't he have said anything else in reply to this? Instead of saying, "She's gone to Bourges," he was annoyed with himself for this blunder. She might get back within half an hour or an hour, and then what would his answer look like? A young girl who sold flowers near his shop rushed in to change her book as she did every morning, because she read a novel a day. "Is this one good?" He said yes. She always picked the same kind of book, with a gaudy cover, a sure sign of the content. "Gina's not here. Not just now. She all right?" Yes. An idea struck him and made him flush. Since he was ashamed of distrusting people, or of what he called thinking ill of them. As soon as the little florist had gone, he went up to the bedroom and opened the wardrobe, at the back of which, behind his and Gina's clothes hanging up, he kept a steel strong box he had bought from Virole's. The box was in its usual place, and it cost Jonas an effort to go further, to take the key from his pocket and insert it in the lock. If Gina had come in at that moment, he might have fainted with shame. But Gina did not come in, and probably would not do so any time soon. The transparent envelopes containing the rarest stamps, among others the Trinidad blue 5-cent one, issued in 1847 with its picture of the steamer Lady McLeod, had disappeared. Chapter 2. He was still standing in front of the wardrobe, beads of sweat forming on his upper lip, when he heard footsteps in the shop. Then, in the cubby hole, in summer, he rarely left the outer door closed, since the house went back quite far and lacked fresh air. Not moving an inch, he expected to hear the voice of a customer calling, "Is anyone there?" But the steps carried on into the kitchen, where the visitor waited before coming to the foot of the stairs. A man's footsteps, heavy, slightly dragging, and Jonas, rooted to the spot, was wondering if the unknown person was going to come up when he heard his father-in-law's gruff voice in the stairwell. "You there, Gina?" Why, then, was he panic-stricken, as if he had been caught doing something wrong, without closing the strong box. He pushed the wardrobe doors shut, hesitating over whether to go downstairs or to let Palestri think no one was home. He heard a foot land on the bottom step. "Gina!" Only then did he blurt out, "Just coming down." Before leaving the bedroom, he had time to see in the wardrobe mirror that his face was crimson, and yet, at this time of day, Palestri was not drunk. Even at night, he was never on the point of staggering. In the morning, his eyes were usually slightly reddened, his gaze a little unfocused, and his general bearing depressed. But after a glass or two of spirits, preferably grappa, the Italian's strong drink of choice, he would recover somewhat. He didn't confine himself to grappa, which Lebuc bought in especially for him, but drank anything he was offered, or whatever he found in the other bars where he stopped. When Jonas appeared downstairs, Palestri's eyes were just starting to glisten, and his complexion was flushed. "Where's Gina?" he asked, looking into the kitchen, where he had expected to find her. He was surprised, as well, to see that his son-in-law had been upstairs when there was no one on the ground floor, and seemed to want an explanation. Jonas had had no time to think. Just as earlier, at Fernand's, he found himself caught off guard, And since once already today he had mentioned Bourges, perhaps it was best to stick to that. He felt the need to defend himself. Although he had done nothing wrong, Palestri overawed him by his brute force and his tall frame, bony and still muscular. Stammering, he said, "She's gone to Bourges." He was well aware that this was unconvincing, and that his eyes, behind his thick spectacles, might look as if they were avoiding those of the other man, gone to see La Lutte. So she said, "Did she kiss her mother good-bye on the way? I don't know." Like a coward, he went into the kitchen, and as Gina usually did, took the bottle of red wine from the cupboard and set it down next to a glass on the oilcloth covering the table. When did she go? Later, he would wonder why. From that moment on, he had started acting as if he was guilty. He remembered, for instance, his wife's suitcase, which was still in the upstairs cupboard. If she had gone to visit her friend the day before, she would have taken it. So it was logical to say she had left the house today. That was why he replied this morning. Louis had reached for the glass and filled it, but he seemed to be hesitating to drink, as if he suspected something. On the 7:10 bus, this was the only one before the 11:30, which had not yet left, so Jonas was obliged to say yes. It was so stupid. He was getting tangled in a web of lies, which would lead inevitably to others, and he would never be able to escape. At 7 in the morning, the market would have been almost empty. It was the slack time between the wholesalers unloading and the customers arriving to shop. Gina's mother would certainly have seen her daughter go past, and indeed, his wife would have gone into the shop to give her mother a kiss. Other people would have seen her too. There are some streets where people occupy their houses as if in a sealed compartment and hardly know the neighbors. But the marketplace was different. It was more like an army barracks. Its doors always open, and everyone knew hour by hour what the family next door was doing. Why was Palestri staring at his son-in-law with such suspicion? Was it perhaps because Jonas was giving the impression of lying? He downed the glass, though, in a single gulp, wiped his mouth with a familiar gesture, like that of the butcher, but still did not leave. Looking round the kitchen, and Jonas thought, He knew why he was frowning. There was something unnatural that morning about the house. It was too orderly. Nothing was out of place. There was no sign of the mess Gina always left behind her. Bye, her father muttered as he made his way out through the shop. And he added, as if to himself, I'll tell her mother she's gone. When will she be back? I don't know. Would it have been better if Jonas had called after him to tell him the truth that his daughter had run off, taking with her his most valuable stamps, the ones he kept downstairs in the office were merely run-of-the-mill stamps he bought in whole packetfuls, as well as those he had already sorted, which he swapped or sold to schoolboys. The strong box, on the other hand, had, until yesterday, undeniably contained a fortune, the rare stamps he had discovered by dint of patience and flair over the last 25 years. Ever since he had begun to be interested, when he was still at the lycée. One single stamp, the treasure of his collection, a 1 franc French issue dating from 1849, representing the head of Ceres on a vermilion background, was valued, according to the catalogues, at 600,000 francs. The Trinidad stamp, the one with the picture of the steamer Lady MacLeod, was rated at 300,000, and he had other precious ones as well, like the pink Puerto Rico 2 peseta stamp overprinted with a postmark, for which he had been offered 35,000 francs. He had never calculated the total value of his collection, but it could not have been far off 10 million francs. The people who lived on Place du Vieux Marché had no inkling of this wealth. He had never mentioned it to anyone, and he didn't mind being called an eccentric. But one evening, when a catalogue was lying about in the office, Gina had started to leaf idly through it. What does this mean, double surcharge? He had explained. And this bistrol, it means the color, brown and olive green. And 2p, that means 2 pesetas. The abbreviations intrigued her. It's complicated, she said with a sigh. She was on the point of closing the catalogue when she asked a final question. What does the figure 4,000 mean in this column? That's what it's worth. You mean to say that stamp is worth 4,000 francs? He had smiled. Yes, that's right. And all the figures in that column tell you how much the stamps are worth. Yes. She had leafed through the catalog with more interest. Look, here it says 700,000. Do those exist? Stamps worth 700,000 francs. Yes. Have you got any of them? Not that one. But others just as expensive. Not quite. But worth a lot. All the same. Well, some that are worth a fair bit. Was that why you bought that metal box? It had been the previous winter, and he remembered that it had been snowing outside. The window sills of the shop were lined with a layer of white. The stove was roaring in the little office. It must have been about 8 at night. Well, goodness me. What? Nothing. I'd never have thought that. On the marketplace, he was rumored to have money, and it would have been hard to remember how that had started, perhaps because he had remained a bachelor so long. Ordinary folk always imagine a bachelor must be putting money aside. As well as that, before he married Gina, he used to eat at a restaurant, Chez Pepito, owned by another Italian. The first building in Rue Haute, after the Grimaud Marmion grocery on the corner. These retailers, whose shops were full of people from morning to night, probably thought he was an amateur. Could anyone really make a living buying, selling, and lending out old books? Sometimes an hour or even two could go past without a customer appearing in his shop. So since he obviously did make a living, and since he had a woman come in to clean his house for 2 hours daily and half a day on Saturdays, he must have money. Had Gina been disappointed that he didn't change his habits after their marriage, had she expected a different sort of life? He had not asked himself this question, and it was only now that he realized he had been living without taking in what was happening around him. If he looked in the drawer of the till, where he kept money in a large battered leather wallet, would he find it all there? He was almost sure he would not. Gina had sometimes filched small sums, like children who want to buy sweets. At first, she had been content to pick up a few 100-franc coins from the compartmented drawer where he kept small change. Later, she had taken the risk of opening the wallet, and he had noticed from time to time that a 1,000-franc note was missing. And yet, he gave her enough money for the housekeeping and never refused her money for clothes, lingerie, shoes. Perhaps at first she had done it from force of habit. He suspected that she had taken money from her parents till when she lived with them. But it must have been tricky, because Angel, despite her cheerful matronly demeanor, kept a sharp eye on money. He had never mentioned this to Gina. He had thought about it a lot and concluded it must be for her brother that she was stealing. She was 5 years older than him, and yet they had a bond that one usually finds only in twins. Sometimes it was almost as if Fredo was perhaps in love with his sister, and as if she reciprocated. They had only to exchange glances anywhere to understand each other immediately. And if Gina frowned, her brother became as anxious as a lover. Was that the reason he disliked Jonas? At the wedding, Fredo, the only person not to congratulate him, had walked out in the middle of the reception. Gina had run after him. They had stood whispering for a long time, just the two of them, in the corridor of the Hotel du Commerce, where the banquet was being held, when she came back, still wearing the white satin dress. She had been crying and immediately poured herself a glass of champagne. Fredo had been only 17 then. Their wedding had taken place 2 weeks before that of Clémence Ansel, who had been their bridesmaid, resignedly. He unlocked the till drawer, took out the wallet, and found, against expectations, that not a single banknote was missing. There was a reason for that. He hadn't thought it through. The previous evening, Gina had gone out only after dinner, and until the last moment, he might have had to open the till. The stamps were a different matter, because he sometimes left the strong box untouched for a week. There were still some details that he did not understand, but they were material questions of little importance. For instance, he always carried his keys in his trouser pocket, attached to a silver chain. When had his wife been able to take them without his knowledge? Not at night, since he was a much lighter sleeper than her, and in the morning he was always downstairs first. Sometimes, it was true, in order not to wake her, he would slip down in pajamas and dressing gown to make his coffee. This had not been the case the previous day, but it had the day before that, and he had not touched the strong box in the interval. "Have you got a book on beekeeping, monsieur?" A boy of about 12 had come into the shop, freckle-faced and with reddish hair glinting in the sun. He had spoken up confidently. "You're thinking of keeping bees. I found a swarm in a tree in our orchard, and my parents are going to let me make a hive as long as I pay for it with my own money." Jonas, too, had red gold hair and freckles round his nose. But when he was this boy's age, he had already been wearing spectacles as thick as the ones he had on now. He had sometimes wondered whether, because of his poor eyesight, he saw things and people in the same way as everyone else. The question intrigued him. He had read in particular that some species of animals see us not as we look to ourselves, but as their eyes show us to them. So for some animals, we are 10 times as big, which is what makes them fearful if we approach. Couldn't the same be true of someone who was short-sighted, even if he wore corrective glasses? Without his glasses, the world was just a cloud to him, more or less light or dark, in which shapes moved about so vaguely that he was not sure he could touch them. His spectacles, on the other hand, revealed the details of objects and faces as if he were seeing them through a magnifying glass, or as if they were engraved on metal. Did this make him live in a world apart? Did his spectacles, without which he lived in a blur, place a barrier between him and the outside world? On the shelf containing books about animals, he finally found one about bees and their hives. Will this one do? Is it expensive? He looked on the back, where the price was marked in pencil. 100 francs. Will you let me have it if I pay half next week? Jonas didn't know the boy. He wasn't local. Probably someone from the countryside, whose mother brought vegetables or chickens to the market. Yes, take it. Thank you, monsieur. I'll be back next Thursday, I promise. The shoppers outside in the sunlit street or in the shade of the covered market had gradually changed. Early in the morning, the customers were ordinary housewives, buying food after taking their children to school. And it was also the time when vans stocked up for hotels and restaurants. At about 9 a.m., but especially by 10, the customers were better dressed women, and by 11, some of them were accompanied by a maid who would carry the bags. The wood shavings in the gutter, having been trampled, had lost their golden color and become brown and sticky, mixed with discarded scraps of carrots and leeks and fish heads. Gina had taken no spare clothes, no undergarments, not even a coat, although the nights were still cool. If she had meant to stay overnight in the town, on the other hand, would she have dared take his most precious stamps after 7 in the evening? There were no buses for Bourges, or indeed anywhere else. There was only the 8.52 train, which met a connection for Paris. Then, at 9:40, a stopping train to Moulin. The staff at the station would know her, but he dared not go and ask them questions. It was too late. He had now mentioned Bourges twice, and he had to stick to it. Why had he done that? He couldn't make it out, not from fear of ridicule, because everyone knew, not just the market people, but the rest of the town, that Gina had had many lovers before she married him. Nor could they have failed to know that since her marriage she had run away several times. Was it simply embarrassment that had driven him to reply first to Le Bouc and then to Palestri? She's gone to Bourges. Embarrassment linked to timidity. What went on between him and Gina was no one else's business, and he thought he was the last person to have any right to talk about it. If it had not been for the disappearance of the stamps, he would have waited all day, then another night, hoping to see her return from one moment to the next, like a runaway dog. The bedroom on the first floor had not been tidied, nor the strong box closed, and he went up and made his bed as carefully as when he had been a bachelor and his home help was away. It was as a home help that Gina had entered the house. Before her, there had been one other woman, the elderly Leonie, who at the age of 70 was still working 8 or 9 hours a day between different employers. Her legs had finally swollen up. By the end, she could hardly drag herself up upstairs. And since her children, who lived in Paris, were not inclined to look after her, Dr. Jublin had found her a place in an old people's home. For a month, Jonas had had no one to clean for him, and it had not greatly troubled him. He knew Gina, as everyone else did, having seen her go past, or from time to time selling her a book. In those days, she had behaved provocatively towards him, as she did to all men, and he blushed whenever she came into his shop, especially in summer, because then it seemed to him that a slight smell from her armpits lingered after her. Not found anyone yet, Le Bouc had asked him one morning. As he drank his coffee in the little bar, he had never understood why Le Bouc and the others at the market never called him Tu, since they were all on familiar terms with each other and used first names. No one called him Milk, either, as if it was not his surname, nor Monsieur Milk, but almost always Monsieur Jonas. And yet, from the age of 2, he had lived on the same marketplace, next to Ansel's butcher's shop, and it was his father who had transformed the fortunes of the fishmongers, a la Marais, nowadays run by the Chenu couple. Nor was it to do with the fact that he had not gone to the local elementary school like everyone else, but had been sent to a private school. And then the lycée. No, because even then people had called his father Monsieur Constantin. Fernand had asked him, not found anyone yet. He had said no, and Lebuc leaned across the counter. You should have a word with Angel. He was so surprised that he had asked, as if there were two Angel, the greengrocer. Yes, she's worried about Gina. Can't do anything with her. I think she might be quite pleased if she had a job, so that someone could get her into good habits. Until then, Gina had been more or less helping her mother in the shop, from which she escaped whenever she could. Would you like to put it to her? Jonas had suggested. It seemed odd, almost indecent, for him, a bachelor, although entirely well-intentioned, to go and ask a woman like Angel to let her daughter come to his house for 2 or 3 hours a day. I'll have a word with her father. No, better to see Angel. I'll give you an answer tomorrow. To his astonishment, the answer next day was yes, or almost yes, and he was a little alarmed. Angel's exact words to Lebuc had been, "Tell this Jonas I'll be round to see him." She had come late one afternoon, at a quiet time, insisting on viewing the house and bringing up the subject of pay. Wouldn't you like her to make lunch for you as well? It would change his usual habits, and it was not without regret that he stopped going along at 12:30 to Pepito's little restaurant, where he had a napkin in a pigeonhole and his own bottle of mineral water. The thing is, if she's going to work, better make it worth her while. Time she learned to cook anyway. And in our place, there's hardly a minute at midday to eat anything, except cheese or salami. Had Gina resented it, at first, that he had hired her? It was as if she tried everything she could to make herself objectionable, so that he would get rid of her. After a week, she was working at his house between 9 o'clock and 1. So Angel had decided, it's ridiculous to cook for one person. It doesn't cost any more for two. Best thing would be she eats at your place and washes up afterwards. His life had changed immediately. He didn't know the whole story because he didn't listen to gossip, and possibly too because people did not talk so freely in front of him. He had not understood, at first, why Gina was always looking sullen and why she would suddenly become aggressive. only to burst into tears a little later. As she did the housework, it had been 3 months earlier that Marcel Jeannot had been arrested, but Jonas hardly ever read the papers. He had heard about it, though, at Le Book's, since it had been a sensational event. Marcel Jeannot, the son of a dressmaker who worked for most of the women in the market, including the Palestress, was an assistant chef at the Hôtel des Négociants, the best and most expensive hotel in town. Jonas must have seen him about, without paying him any attention. The photograph of him in the paper showed a young man with a high forehead and a serious expression, but with a curl of the lip that was a little troubling. At 21, he had finished his military service in Indochina and was back living with his mother in Rue des Belles Savoies, the next street to Pepito's restaurant. Like many young men his age, he had a motorbike. One evening, on the Saint-Amand road, a large car belonging to some Parisians had been stopped by a motorcyclist apparently asking for help, who then brandished an automatic weapon and demanded money from the occupants, after which he punctured all 4 of the car's tires before speeding off. The number plate of the motorcycle was obscured with black paint at the time of the attack. How had the police nevertheless found their way to Marcel? The newspapers must have explained that, but Jonas did not know. The investigation was underway when Gina had started work for Jonas, and a month later the trial took place in Montluçon. It was Le Book who told the bookseller about it. "How is Gina?" "She's doing as well as she can. Not too upset." "Why?" "Because Marcel will be sentenced next week." "Marcel who?" "The motorbike hold-up. He was her lover. She did, in fact, take a few days off. And when she returned to work for him, she hardly opened her mouth for a long time." That had been about 3 years earlier. A year after she had come to work for him, Jonas had married her, surprising himself. He was 38. She was 22. Even when she was coming and going around him, almost naked under her thin dress in the hot sun, and he could smell her, he had never tried to make a pass at her. At Le Book's, they had got into the way of asking him with a cheeky grin, "So how's Gina doing?" And he would reply naively, "She's fine." Some of them even winked at him, which he pretended not to see. Others seemed to suspect him of hiding something. It would not have been hard if he listened to people talk and asked a few questions to find out the names of all the lovers Gina had had since she had started going with men at the age of 13. He could also have found out what there was between her and Marcel. He did know that she had been questioned several times by the police during the investigation, and that Angel had been called in by the examining magistrate. But why would he? It wasn't in his nature. He had always lived alone, without imagining that one day things might change. Gina did not keep the house as spotless as the aged Leonie had. Her apron, when she bothered to wear one, was rarely clean, and although sometimes she sang while she worked, other times she seemed sulky, her mouth set in a hard line. Often, in mid-morning, she would disappear, claiming she had an errand to run nearby, and only return 2 hours later without an apology. But was it all the same? Her presence in the house that had become necessary to Jonas, had there been, as certain people thought, some kind of conspiracy to get him to make up his mind? One afternoon, Angel had come to see him, dressed the same way as she was all day long in the shop, since she only put on her best clothes on Sundays. Now look here, Jonas. She was one of the few people who did not call him Monsieur Jonas. True, she spoke familiarly to most of her customers. "Don't you touch those pears, lady," she would say to Dr. Martrue's wife, one of the most supercilious women in town. "When I go to see your husband, I don't touch his stethoscope." This time, she had headed confidently into the kitchen and sat down on a chair. "I came to tell you I've got an opening for my daughter." Her eyes were making an inventory of the room. Nothing can have escaped her. These Parisians have come to live here. The husband's an engineer. He's deputy director of the factory, and they're looking for someone. It's a good position. Gina would have board and lodging. I promised I'd let them know the day after tomorrow, so you might want to think about it. He had panicked for 24 hours and turned the question over and over in his mind. He was a bachelor. He couldn't have a live-in maid. And anyway, there was only one bedroom in his house. As Angel well knew, why had she offered him some kind of first refusal? It was even difficult for him to keep Gina there all day, since for hours on end she would have had nothing to do. Had Angel thought of all that, Gina, meanwhile, seemed to be unaware of any of this and carried on as usual. They would eat their lunch together in the kitchen every day, facing each other, Gina with her back to the cooker, from which she could fetch saucepans as needed, without having to get up. Gina, yes, I'd like to ask you something. What? Will you promise to give me an honest answer? He could still see her clearly as he said these words, but an instant later, she was only a ghost, since his glasses had suddenly steamed up. I'm not always honest. Yes, you are. Usually people think I'm too much of a straight talker. Not me. What do you want to ask? Do you like this house? She glanced around with seeming indifference. What I mean is, he insisted, would you like to live here all the time? Why are you asking me that? Because I'd be happy if you'd accept. Accept what? To be my wife. There had been a conspiracy. Gina was not in on it, since she blurted out with a nervous laugh, are you kidding? I'm serious. You'd marry me. That's what I'm proposing. Me. You. You don't know what sort of girl I am. I think I know you as well as anyone does. Well, in that case, you're brave. What do you say? I say that you're kind, but it's impossible. There was a ray of sunshine striking across the table, and it was on this that Jonas was concentrating, more than on the young woman's face. Why, just because you don't like me. I didn't say that. Monsieur Jonas, you're certainly a good man. In fact, you're the only man I know who's never tried anything on. Never taken advantage. Even Ansel, if you can believe it. And he's my friend's dad. He pulled me inside a shed in his yard one day. I wasn't even 15, and I could give you a whole list, one after another, and you'd be surprised. At first, I wondered when you'd try it on too. You don't think you'd be happy here? To this question, she gave her most truthful answer. At least here, I'd have a bit of peace and quiet. Well, that's something, isn't it? Of course. It's just, what if we don't get on? Us two? Better drop it. I'm not the kind of girl who'd make a man like you happy. It's not me that matters. Who then? You. He was sincere. Tenderness flooded into him so overwhelmingly as he was talking like this that he dared not move for fear of letting his emotion show. Me and happiness, she muttered. Let's call it a bit of peace and quiet. Like you said. She had given him a sharp look. Is it my mother who's been talking about this? I know she's been round to see you. No. All she said was that you'd been offered a better position. My mother is always trying to get rid of me. You don't want to think about it. What's the point? At least wait till tomorrow. to give me a definite answer, will you? If you insist. That day, she had broken a plate while washing the dishes, and, just as was to happen 2 years later, she left having forgotten to clean the frying pan. At about 4 p.m., Jonas had gone as usual to have a coffee at Book's, and Fernand had looked hard at him. Is it true what they're saying? What are they saying? That you're going to marry Gina. Who told you that? Louis, just now. He's been arguing with Angel about it. Why? Lebuc looked uncomfortable. They didn't agree. He's against it. On the whole. Why? Louis would certainly have given his reasons, but Lebuc did not pass them on. Oh, you never know what's going on in his head, he said evasively. Is he angry? He was talking about punching you on the jaw, but that won't stop him doing whatever Angel decides. He can shout all he likes. He doesn't wear the trousers in that house. What about Gina? You'd know better than me what she's said to you. The one who'll give you most trouble will be her brother. Why? I don't know, just saying. He's a funny boy. Always has his own ideas. And he doesn't like me, because, apart from his sister, he doesn't like anyone. She's the only one who can stop him doing stupid things. Only last month, he wanted to sign up for Indochina, and she didn't want him to. He's just a kid. He's not happy anywhere. Soon as he got there, he'd feel worse than he does here. A customer went into his shop along the street, and Jonas moved to the door. See you later. Good luck. He had slept badly that night. At 8 in the morning, Gina arrived to start work without saying anything or looking at him, and he waited a long quarter of an hour before he asked her, "Have you got an answer for me? You're sure you want to hear it?" "Yes." "You won't be angry with me later?" "No, I promise." She had shrugged her shoulders. "Well, in that case, whatever you wish." It was so unexpected that he was drained of all feeling. He stared at her, stunned, without daring to move towards her, without taking her hand, let alone thinking of kissing her. For fear of a misunderstanding, he insisted, "You agree to marry me." She was 16 years younger than him, and yet she was the one who had looked at him as if he were a child, with a protective smile on her lips. Yes, so as not to show his emotion to her, he had gone up to his bedroom and, before leaning on the windowsill, he had stood for a long moment, lost in thought, in front of the wardrobe mirror. It was in May. A recent shower of rain had fallen, but the sun was shining again and lighting up brilliant patches on the wet slates of the market roof. It was market day then, like today, and he had bought some strawberries, the first of the season. And now a tall and formidable woman, all in black, with a blue apron knotted round her waist, was coming into his shop with an air of authority and casting a large shadow. It was Angel, whose hands always smelled of leeks. Is this true? What Louis says, what she gone to do in Bourges? He was smaller than her, and much less strong. He stammered, I don't know. She took the early bus. Yes, without dropping in to see me. She too was looking at him suspiciously. Have you had a quarrel? The pair of you? No. Speak up like a man, for the love of God. What's wrong? Nothing. She had started calling him two the day they had announced their engagement. But Louis had never followed her example. Nothing, nothing. She mimicked him. You ought to be able to stop your wife running off. When will she be back? She didn't say. Well, that beats everything. She seemed to crush him with her expression, with her whole energetic person. And as she turned her back on him abruptly to march out, she muttered, Waste of space. Chapter 3. His first thought had been to go and buy himself a slice of ham or some other cold meat from Pascal's charcuterie on the other side of the market, at the corner of Rue du Canal, or perhaps not to eat at all, or to make do with the 2 extra croissants he had been sold that morning. He shouldn't have taken them. It didn't fit with Gina's so-called departure for Bourges. Logically, he should only have bought 3 croissants. It was not on his own account that he was fretting away to himself, or out of human respect, or fear of what people might say. It was for her, although Gina had taken the stamps, and they were what he valued most in the world apart from her. He considered it his duty to defend her. He didn't yet know from what. He had been gripped, especially since early morning, by a vague anxiety that almost stopped him thinking about his heartache. With time, each of his feelings would no doubt break free more clearly, and he would be able to sort them out. For now, as if sleepwalking, he was dealing with whatever needed to be done, hoping that this was a way of protecting Gina. The few times she had gone to see La Lutte, and then spent the whole day in Bourges, he had reverted to his bachelor habits and eaten lunch at Pepito's. So that was what he would do today. And when at midday the chimes announcing the closure of the market rang out loudly in the sunshine, vibrating like a convent bell. He started to move his boxes of books back inside. Already, the rubbish truck was moving meter by meter around the edge of the square, while 5 men shoveled into it the debris from the gutter. Many of the market women, especially those from the countryside, had already left. A few of them, while waiting for their bus, were sitting in Le Book's or the Trianon bar to eat the packed lunch they had brought with them. It pained him to leave the house, as if he were committing some kind of betrayal, and against all likelihood, he told himself that Gina might return while he was away. Rue Haute, a narrow street, sloping down only slightly despite its name, was the center of the most populous neighborhood of the town. Here the shops were more varied than elsewhere. They sold U.S. Army surplus, cheap clocks, and watches. And there were at least 3 dealers in bric-a-brac and second-hand clothes. The lower end of the street, since a chemicals factory had been built about a kilometer away, had become a kind of Italian quarter. And some people even called it Little Italy, as the factory had expanded. Workers had come from outside, Poles at first, settling a little further up the hill, and then, almost at the factory gate, a few North African families. Pepito's restaurant, with its olive green walls and crinkly paper tablecloths, had nevertheless maintained its peaceful atmosphere, and at midday it was frequented by regulars who, as Jonas himself had for so long, ate lunch there all year round. Maria, the owner's wife, did the cooking while her husband stood behind the bar and their niece waited on the tables. "Well, Monsieur Jonas," cried the Italian proprietor on seeing him, "what a nice surprise to see you." Then, fearing he might have put his foot in it by being so cheerful, "Gina's not ill, is she?" And he had to repeat the same refrain, "She's gone to Bourges." Ah, everyone needs a change of scene now and then. Look, your old table is free. Julia, lay a place for Monsieur Jonas. It was here, no doubt, that Jonas realized most clearly the extent of the sudden emptiness in his life. For years, Pepito's restaurant, where nothing ever changed, had been a second home to him. And now he felt as if he were an intruder, and was panic-stricken at the thought that he might have to come back there every day. The widower was in his usual place, and it seemed, perhaps, as if he were hesitating to salute Jonas with the blink of his eyelids, which had been their way of greeting in the past. They had never spoken to each other for years. They had occupied 2 tables face to face near the window and arrived at about the same time. Jonas knew his name from Pepito. He was Monsieur Métras, chief clerk at the town hall. But in his mind, Jonas always called him the widower. He had never seen Madame Métras, who had died 15 years earlier. Since they had had no children, her husband, once left alone, had started to take his meals at Pepito's. He must have been about 55, perhaps more. He was tall, very broad-shouldered, bulky, and strong, with iron-gray hair, bushy eyebrows, and black hairs in his nostrils and ears. His complexion was grayish, too, and Jonas had never seen him smile. He did not read the newspaper while he ate, as most of the single diners did not strike up a conversation with anyone, and chewed his food carefully, staring straight ahead of him. Months had passed before they had exchanged that slight blink of the eyelids, and Jonas was the only person to whom the widower had ever made such a concession. A very small dog, fat, asthmatic, and scarcely able to move, sat under his table, and must have been not far off 20 years old. Since it had belonged to Madame Métras, the widower would fetch the dog from his apartment on the way from the office at midday, and take it to the restaurant, where they had prepared food for it. Then he would take the animal back home slowly, waiting for it to do its business, before returning to the town hall, and would repeat the whole procedure in the evening. Why, today, while Jonas was eating, did the widower look at him with greater attention than in the past? It was impossible that he knew already. And yet you could have sworn that he was thinking, suppressing a laugh, "See, you've come back," as if they had both been members of the same brotherhood, as if Jonas had deserted it for a while, but was now returning penitently to the fold. This feeling only existed in his imagination, but what was not imagined was his terror at the thought of sitting once more every day in front of the chief clerk. "What would you like for dessert, Monsieur Jonas? There are pastries and apple tart." He had always been partial to desserts, especially apple tart, which he chose now, feeling guilty at yielding to greed at such a time. So what's new, Monsieur Jonas? Pepito was tall, like Palestri, a bony man with no spare flesh, but unlike his compatriot, he was always smiling and affable. It felt as if it was a sort of game for him, owning a restaurant. So good-natured was he. Maria, his wife, having lived in a kitchen of 6 square meters for years, had become enormous, which did not stop her looking young and attractive. She too was jolly and burst out laughing at the smallest pretext. Since they had no children, they had adopted a nephew whom they had brought over from Italy and who could be seen in the evening doing his homework at one of the tables. "How's our Gina?" "She's fine. The other day, my wife met her at the market, and I don't know why. She got the impression Gina might be expecting a baby. Is she?" He said no, feeling almost ashamed, since he was sure it was his fault if Gina was not pregnant. What had deceived Maria was that, lately, Gina had been eating more than usual, with a kind of frenzy. Already buxom, she had put on so much weight that she had had to let out her dresses. At first, he had felt pleased at her renewed appetite. Since when they were first married, she had hardly eaten a thing. He encouraged her, seeing it as a sign of contentment, imagining that she was getting used to their life and that she was perhaps going to feel happy at last. He had said as much to her, and she had smiled vaguely, in a slightly protective way, as she now did more and more often. She did not have her mother's authoritarian character. On the contrary, she took no interest in the business, the money, or any household decisions. Yet, despite the difference in their age, she was the one who sometimes looked at Jonas indulgently. He was her husband, and she treated him as such. But perhaps in her eyes he was not quite a man, a bona fide male, and she seemed to consider him as if he were a rather backward child. Had it been a mistake not to be stricter towards her? Did she really need him to take her in hand? Would that have changed anything? He didn't want to think about it. The widower, sitting opposite him, hypnotized him, and he finished his apple tart quicker than he meant to, in order to escape his eyes. "Already?" asked Pepito in surprise, when he asked for the bill. "You won't have a coffee?" He would have one at Lebuc's, with the thought at the back of his mind that some news might have reached there. In the past, he had eaten as slowly as Monsieur Matras, like most of the men who ate alone in the restaurant, and usually stayed on to chat with Pepito. "Julia, Monsieur Jonas's bill," and to him, "Will we see you this evening?" Possibly. "She's not away for long. I don't know yet." It was starting again. He was getting muddled, not knowing how to reply to questions, and realizing that it would get worse the next day and the days after that. What would happen, for instance, if La Lutte turned up to see her parents and revealed that Gina had not gone to Bourges? Unlikely. but he was imagining every possibility. The name of the woman they all called La Lutte was actually Louise Harriel, and her parents kept the seed merchant store in the marketplace, opposite Jonas's shop, on the other side of the great roof. He had seen her, as he used to see Gina, running between the market stalls when she was no more than 10 years old. Back then, with her round face, blue eyes with long lashes, and her curly hair. She reminded people of a doll. That was slightly odd, since her father was a thin, nondescript man, and her mother, sitting in the gloomy surroundings of the seed store, which faced north and never saw the sun, gave the impression of being a dried-up old spinster. The Harriel couple, husband and wife, both wore identical gray overalls, and through living together, each behind a counter, carrying out the same gestures, they had ended up looking alike. La Lutte had been the only girl from the marketplace to have gone to a convent school, which she had not left until she was 17. She was always the best dressed among them, and her outfits were very demure. On Sundays, when she went to high mass with her parents, heads turned to look at her, and mothers would point out her behavior as an example to their daughters. For about 2 years, she had worked as a secretary at the Previs Printing House, a firm that had existed for 3 generations. Then suddenly they heard she had found a better position in Bourges. Her parents did not say anything about that. They were the most tight-fisted shopkeepers on the Vieux Marché, and many customers preferred to go to Rue de la Gare for their seed purchases. La Lutte and Gina were close friends with Clémence, the butcher's daughter. They had been an inseparable trio for a long time. At first, people had said that La Lutte was working for an architect, then for a doctor, a bachelor with whom she was living as man and wife. Some people had encountered her in Bourges and came back mentioning her fancy clothes, her fur coat. The latest news was that she had a 4CV Citroën, which had been seen parked outside her parents' door one evening. La Lutte had not spent the night there. The neighbors said they had heard raised voices, which was odd, since the Harriels hardly ever opened their mouths, and someone had christened them the 2 fish. To Jonas, Gina had simply said after one of her visits to Bourges, "She lives her life the best she can. It's not easy for anyone." And she added, after thinking for a moment, "Poor girl, she's too soft." How was she too soft? Jonas hadn't asked. He realized that it didn't concern him. It was just women's talk. or rather girls' talk, since when friends like Clémence, Gina, and La Lutte met each other, they turned back into teenagers again and had a right to their secrets. Another time, Gina had said, "There are some people for whom everything's so simple." Did she mean Clémence, who had a young and good-looking husband, and whose wedding had been one of the grandest in the Vieux Marché? Jonas was neither young nor good-looking, and all he had been able to offer her was security. Did Gina really want security, or a bit of peace and quiet? As she had said that first day, where was she now? With the stamps that she thought would be easy to sell, she couldn't have had much money on her, even if she had been putting some by in advance without Jonas's knowledge. Nor could her brother have given her any, since she was the one who gave him money now and then, because she had seen the prices mentioned in the catalog. She had told herself that she had only to turn up at a stamp dealer's in Paris or elsewhere to sell them. That would be true for some of them, the ones that were only moderately rare. But it was a different matter for really valuable examples like the 1849 series. Stamp dealers the world over are like diamond merchants, a kind of fraternity, and know each other, more or less. They are usually well aware who is the current owner of such and such a stamp, and wait for a chance to acquire it for their customers. At least 5 of the stamps she had taken were well known in this way. If she were to offer them for sale to any serious dealer, the chances were that he would keep her talking on some pretext and telephone the police. She would not be running the risk of prison, since she was his wife. And theft between spouses is not recognized as a crime. But there would nevertheless be an investigation, and someone would contact him. Was that how this runaway episode would end? Because of her ignorance. He wasn't sure he wanted that. No, he didn't want it. It made him feel ill to think of Gina's shame, her bewilderment, and her anger. But would it be more serious if she got someone else to handle the sale? Wherever she was now, she was not alone. He had no illusions, and this time it would not be some young man from the locality with whom she had not been able to resist going off for a night or two. She had left deliberately, and her departure had been premeditated, organized at least 24 hours ahead of time. For 24 hours. In other words, he had been living with her without realizing that it was probably the last day they would spend together. Now, he was walking along the street with slow steps, and the empty expanse of the market under the slate roof seemed immense. A handful of men were hosing it down or sweeping the concrete floor. Most of the shops would be shut until 2 o'clock. He was putting off the moment when he would go to Le Book's for his coffee, since he didn't want to speak to anyone, or above all, to answer any more questions. He did not feel hate or rancor. What was making his heart swell was a mournful and almost serene tenderness, and he stopped for a moment to watch two young dogs playing at biting each other in the sunshine. One of them on its back, paws in the air. He remembered the smell of herring in the kitchen, the frying pan that in her haste Gina had not washed, but had left with scraps of fish clinging to it. He tried to think what they might have said during that last meal, but he couldn't manage it. Then he tried to recall the little details of yesterday, which he had lived through as if it were just an ordinary day, without knowing that it was the most important in his life. One image came back to him. He had been behind his counter, serving an old man who didn't really know what he wanted. When Gina, who had gone upstairs earlier to get ready, came down wearing the red dress. It was a dress from last year. He was seeing it on her for the first time this season. And since Gina had put on weight, it was clinging more than ever to her body. She had gone as far as the threshold, into the rectangle of sunlight, and he could not remember ever having seen her look so beautiful. He hadn't said so, because when he paid her a compliment, she would shrug her shoulders in irritation and sometimes frown. Once she had almost snapped at him. "Oh, stop it. I'll soon enough be an old woman." He thought he could understand. He didn't want to try and analyze it further. Didn't she mean that she was wasting away her youth in this old house that smelled of musty paper? Wasn't it an ironic way of reassuring him, letting him know that they would soon be equal and that he wouldn't need to be afraid anymore? "I'm going to go and give my mother a kiss," she had said. Normally, at that time of day, visits to her mother's shop did not last long, since Angel was busy with customers and had no time to spare. And yet, Gina had been away for an hour. When she returned, she came from the left of the street, not the right, that is, the opposite way from her parents' house. But she was not carrying any shopping. She never received any letters, and that struck him suddenly, even if you didn't count La Lotte. She had several school friends, now married, who no longer lived in the town. Shouldn't she have received something from time to time? If only a card The post office was in Rue Haute, 5 minutes from Pepito's. Did she get mail there? Addressed Poste Restante? Or had she perhaps gone to telephone from a cabin inside? During the 2 years they had been married, she had never mentioned Marcel, who had been sentenced to 5 years in prison when she had run away before. It must have been with other men, which had led Jonas to think she had forgotten Jeannot. For the last 6 months at least, she had not been out alone at night, except to babysit for Clémence, and she had always come home at the expected time. In any case, if she had been meeting a man, he would have known, because she was not the kind of woman on whom love leaves no trace. He knew what her face looked like when she had been with a man, her tired and evasive expression, and he knew the smell of her body, which was different then. Madame Hariel, the seed merchant, standing behind the door of their shop with the bar off, her pale face glued to the glass, was watching him walk aimlessly along the pavement. And he finally headed for Le Book's. Fernand was still at table with his wife, at the back of the cafe, and they were finishing a dish of black pudding and mashed potato. "Don't let me disturb you," he said. "I'm in no hurry." It was the quiet time of day, before lunch. Fernand had swept up the soiled sawdust, and the red tiles were gleaming. The whole place smelled clean. "You ate at Pepito's?" He nodded. Le Bouc had a sharp-featured face and was wearing his blue apron. Except for Sundays and 2 or 3 times at the cinema. Jonas had never seen him in a jacket, his mouth full. Fernand said, as he headed for the percolator, "Louis asked me just now if I'd seen Gina go past, and I said no. He had a head on him. Sad to see a good fellow like that who can't stop drinking." Jonas unwrapped his 2 lumps of sugar, which he held in his hand as he waited for the coffee. He liked the smell of Le Bouc's bar, although it was heavy with liquor, just as he loved the smell of old books that reigned in his own house. He liked the market smells, too, especially when fruits were in season, and sometimes he would wander through the stalls simply to breathe them in, keeping a distant eye on his shop. Le Bouc had just said of Louis, "a good fellow," and Jonas realized for the first time that these were words the barman used often. Ansel was a good fellow as well, and so was Beneche, the policeman, for whom the wholesalers always filled an orange box with groceries that his wife would come to pick up at 9 o'clock. Angel, too, despite her fierce attitude, could be a good woman. Everyone round the market, except perhaps the Horiels, who shut themselves away as if to avoid some contagion, greeted each other with affability and good humor, and everyone worked hard and respected the work done by the others of Marcel when the hold-up case had become known. They had said pityingly, "That's strange, such a nice boy," and they had added, "It's Indochina must have done that to him. No place for youngsters." If they mentioned La Lutte and her mysterious life in Bourges, they did not express disapproval either. Girls today aren't what they used to be. It's their education that's changed. As for Gina, she remained one of the most popular people in the market, and when she went past, swinging her hips, with her big smile and white teeth, faces lit up. Everyone knew about her affairs. She had been seen when she was hardly 17, lying with a driver on top of the packing cases at the back of a lorry. "Hello, Gina," they all said to her. And no doubt they envied the men who had had the good luck to sleep with her. Many had tried. Some had succeeded. No one held it against her that was the way she was. If anything, they were grateful, since without her, the Vieux Marché wouldn't have been quite the same. "Is it true she took the bus this morning?" Le Bouc asked, as he sat back down at his table. As Jonas didn't reply, he assumed his silence meant yes, and carried on. "If so, she'll have been on it same time as my niece, Gaston's daughter. She's going to see another specialist." Jonas knew her. A young girl with a pale but pretty face, who had a deformity of the hip and had to swing the right side of her body forward when she walked. She was 17. Since the age of 12, she had been in the hands of doctors who had tried various treatments. She had had 2 or 3 operations without appreciable improvement, and when she was 15, she had spent a year with her hip in plaster. She had remained gentle and cheerful, and her mother came to his shop several times a week to change books on her behalf. Sentimental novels, which he chose for her with care, in case one of the characters was disabled like her. Was her mother with her? No, she went on her own. Gina'll have kept her company. Will she be back tonight? Yes, the 5 o'clock bus. So it would be known then that Gina had not gone to Bourges. What would he say to Louis when he came round wanting a full account? Because the Palestries would certainly demand one. They had entrusted their daughter to him and considered him responsible for her now. Since Angel had been unable to keep her under control and lived in constant fear that a scandal might erupt at any moment, she had offloaded her daughter on to him, because that was, in the end, what she had done the day she came to tell him about Gina's proposed new job with the deputy manager of the factory. It might have been true, but she had used it as an excuse. And even now, he was grateful to her, because his life before Gina had been without savor, as if he had not really been living. What intrigued him was what must have happened at the time in the Palestri household. There had been arguments, that was certain. And Fredo's attitude was no secret either. He must have shouted at his parents that they were driving his sister into an old man's arms. But what about Louis? Did he, too, prefer to see his daughter running round town rather than married to Jonas? Seems we're going to have a hot summer. That's what the almanac says anyway. Thunderstorms next week. He wiped the lenses of his glasses, which had misted up with the steam from the coffee, and stood for a moment blinking his pink eyelids like an owl in daylight. He rarely took his spectacles off in public. He didn't really know why, since he had never seen himself without them. It gave him a feeling of inferiority. A bit like a dream, where you imagine you are naked or in a nightshirt in the middle of a crowd. As for Gina, she saw him every day like that, which was perhaps why she treated him differently from other men. The thick lenses, without any metal or horn rims, worked both ways. If they allowed him to see every detail in the outside world, they enlarged his own eyes to other people, giving them a hard and fixed look that they did not really have. Once, standing on his threshold, he had heard a passing child say, "What big eyes he has, that man." But his eyes were not big. It was the lenses that gave them a globular aspect. "See you later," he sighed, after counting out his money and putting it on the counter. "See you later. Good day." At about 5 o'clock, Le Bouc would shut the bar. Since he had few customers in the afternoon, if he kept it open, it was just as a favor to his neighbors. On the night before market days, he went to bed at 8 o'clock in order to get up at 3 a.m. Tomorrow was Friday, so no market. Every other day, or more precisely, 4 days out of 7, the market area under the slate roof remained deserted and was used as a car park and a children's playground. For 2 or 3 weeks, the local children would be seen on roller skates, making a noise that became unbearable as time went on, and then, as if they had all agreed, they suddenly switched to playing with marbles, spinning tops, or yo-yos. The games had their own rhythm like the seasons, more mysteriously than the seasons, since it was impossible to work out where the change came from. And the shopkeeper of the all-purpose store on Rue Haute was always being taken by surprise. "Can I have a kite, please, monsieur?" He would then sell 10 or 20 kites in a couple of days, order in a lot more, and never sell another for the rest of the year. Taking his keys out of his pocket reminded Jonas of the metal box and Gina's departure. He encountered once more the smell of the house, which was rather gloomy inside, since the sun had left the facade. He brought out the 2 boxes on wheels, then stood in the middle of the shop, his arms hanging helplessly at his sides. And yet he had lived for years like this, alone, and had not felt he was suffering, had not even realized anything was lacking. What had he usually done at this time of day? Sometimes he read a book, sitting behind the counter. He had read a great deal, not only novels, but works on a whole range of subjects, sometimes quite unexpected, from political economy to descriptions of archaeological digs. Everything interested him. He would pull out a book on mechanics, for instance, thinking only to glance through a few pages, and would end up reading it from start to finish. He had read in this way the history of the consulate and empire, and before he had sold them to a lawyer, he had read right through the battered 21 volumes of the Gazette des Tribunaux, detailing law cases of the 19th century. He particularly liked books on geography, the kind that took a region from its geological formation to its economic and cultural expansion. His postage stamps were like landmarks. The names of countries, sovereigns, and dictators did not suggest to him a multicolored map or photographs, but a delicate little square under transparent paper. And it was in this way, rather than through any literature, that he had any knowledge of Russia, where he had been born 40 years before. His parents had been living in Archangel, right at the top of the map, on the White Sea, where 5 sisters and a brother had been born to them before him, but of the whole family, he was the only one not to know Russia, since he had left it at the age of 1. Was that why he had started to collect stamps when he was in school? He must have been 13 when a friend had showed him his stamp album. "Look," the friend had said, "there's a view of your country." He remembered this moment all the better, since he now owned the self-same stamp. Among many other Russian ones, a 1905 issue, pink and blue, showing the Kremlin. I've got some more, you know, but they're of people. The stamps issued in 1913 for the tercentenary of the Romanovs had represented the Tsars Peter the Great, Alexander II, Alexis Mikhailovich, and Paul Yevas. Later, he had acquired a whole collection, including one of the Winter Palace and of the Wooden Palace of the Romanov boyars. His oldest sister, Alyosha, who was 16 when he was born, would now, if she was still alive, be 56. Nastasia would be 54, and Daniel, his only brother, who had died as a child, would have been just 50. The 3 other sisters, Stefania, Sonia, and Dusha, would be respectively 48, 45, and 42. And because she was the nearest to him in age, it was of Dusha that he thought most often. He had never seen their faces. He knew nothing about them, whether they were alive or dead, whether they had joined the party or been massacred. His own departure from Russia had been occasioned by the way his mother, Natalia, led her life, the Udinov way, as his father used to say, because the Udinovs had always been considered free spirits. When Jonas was born in their house in Archangel, where there were 8 servants, his father, owner of a large fishing fleet, had just left to become a supplier to the armies and was somewhere behind the front. In order to be nearer him, his mother, a real racing pigeon, his father used to say, had taken the train to Moscow with the whole family, and they had gone to stay with Aunt Zina. Her name was Zinaida Udonova, but he had always heard her called Aunt Zina. According to his parents, she was very rich and lived in a house so big that you could get lost in the corridors. It was while they were there that Jonas, aged 6 months, had fallen ill. He had viral pneumonia, from which he was not recovering, and the doctors had advised the warmer climate in the south. The family had friends in Yalta in the Crimea, the Shepalovs, and without even letting them know in advance. His mother had decided one morning to take the baby to stay with them. "I'll leave the girls with you, Zena," she had said. "We'll be back in a few weeks when there's a bit more color in the boys' cheeks." It was not so easy in wartime to travel the length of Russia, but for an Udanov, nothing was impossible. Fortunately, his mother had reached the Shepilovs in Yalta. She had stayed on longer than intended, which was the kind of thing she did, and the revolution had caught her by surprise while she was still living there. No news came of his father. The girls were with Zena in Moscow, and Natalia thought of leaving the baby in Yalta and going back to fetch them. The Shepilovs had dissuaded her. Shepilov was a pessimist. The exodus was starting. Lenin and Trotsky were taking power. Wrangel's army was being assembled. Why not go to Constantinople and let the storm blow over, then come back after a few months? The Shapilovs had taken his mother with them, and they became part of the Russian colony that flooded into the hotels of Turkey, some with money, others desperately seeking work. The Shepilovs had brought gold and jewels with them. Natalia had a few diamonds with her. Why had they left Constantinople for Paris? And why, after Paris, had they ended up in a little town in the Berry region of France? It wasn't entirely a mystery. Before the war, Shepilov had entertained many people on his estate in the Ukraine and had played host to several French visitors, in particular for several weeks. The Comte de Couber, whose chateau and farms were 12 kilometers from Louvain. They had met up again after the exodus, which everyone thought was temporary, and Couber had offered to put Shepilov up in his chateau. Natalia had followed with Jonas, who still had only a child's eye view of the world through which he was being dragged. While this was happening, Konstantin Milk, who had been taken prisoner by the Germans, was released at Aachen at the time of the armistice. Ex-prisoners were not provided with rations or money or means of transport, and there was no possibility in these conditions of returning to far-off Russia, stage by stage, with other ragged-trousered men like himself. Milk had reached Paris, and one day the Comte de Couber had read his name in the lists of released Russian prisoners of war. Nothing had been heard of Zena and the girls, who had probably not had time to escape across the frontier. Constantine Milk wore thick spectacles, as his son would later, and was a short, stocky man, built like a Siberian bear. He had soon tired of the leisurely life in the chateau, and one day had announced that with Natalia's diamonds he had bought a fish shop in the little town. This may be a bit infra-dig for an Udonov, he had said with his enigmatic smile, but she'll have to get used to it. From his threshold, Jonas could see the fish shop, a la Marais, with its 2 white marble counters and the large brass set of scales. For years he had lived above it, on the 2nd floor, in the attic room that now belonged to the China's daughter, until he had started school. He had spoken only Russian, and then he had almost entirely forgotten it. Russia, for him, was a mysterious and bloodthirsty country, where his 5 sisters, including Dusha, had perhaps been massacred along with Aunt Zina. Like the imperial family, his father, like the Udanovs, whom he used to mock, was also a man of sudden decisions, or, if he had thought about them in advance, did not tell anyone. In 1930, when Jonas was 14 and attending the lycée in the town, Constantine Milk had announced that he was setting off for Moscow. When Natalia insisted that they all leave together, he had looked at his son and pronounced, "Better to be sure we've got at least one left." No one knew what would become of him when he got there. He had promised to send news by one means or another, but a year went by, and they had still heard nothing. The Shepelovs had by that time settled in Paris, where they had opened a bookshop in Rue Jacob, and Natalia had written to ask if they would be prepared to look after Jonas. At least for a while, she would enroll him in a Parisian lycée. Then she, too, would set off for Russia. That was how he had arrived at the Lycée Condorcet. Since then, another war had broken out. His poor eyesight had prevented him from being called up. Populations had been on the move. There had been more exoduses and more waves of refugees. Jonas had applied to all the authorities he could think of, Russian and French, without discovering anything about his family. Was it possible to hope that his father, by now aged 82, and his mother, who would be 73, were still alive? What had become of Aunt Zina? In that big house where you could get lost, and of his sisters, whose faces were unknown to him? Did Dusha even know she had a brother somewhere in the world around him? The walls were covered with old books. In his little office was a large stove, which he heated fiercely in winter, out of love of warmth. And today he could have sworn that he could still smell herring in the kitchen. The great market roof was reflecting the sun into his front window, and all around were shops hardly any bigger than his own, except towards Rue de Bourges, where Saint Cecile's church stood. He could put a name to every face. He could recognize everyone's voice. And when people saw him standing in his doorway, or when he went into Le Bouc's bar, they would say, "Hello, Monsieur Jonas." It was a world in which he had taken refuge, and one fine day Gina had entered it, swinging her hips and leaving behind her a warm smell of armpits. Now she had left him, and he was overcome with vertigo. Chapter 4. It wasn't that day that the complications would really start, but nevertheless, he felt as if he were sickening for something. In the afternoon, luckily, there were quite a few customers in the shop, and he was visited among others by Monsieur Legendre, a retired railway guard who read a book a day, sometimes two, came to exchange them by the half dozen, and would sit down on a chair to chat. He smoked a meerschaum pipe that gurgled every time he puffed at it, and since he had the habit of tamping down the red-hot tobacco by hand, the first joint of his index finger had turned golden brown. He was neither widowed nor a bachelor. His wife, a thin little woman in a black hat, came to market 3 times a week and stopped at every stall, haggling over the price before buying a bunch of leeks. Monsieur Legendre stayed almost an hour. The door stood open. In the shade of the covered market, the cement floor, after being hosed down, was slowly drying, leaving wet patches. Since it was a Thursday afternoon, school was out, and a crowd of children had taken possession of the space, this time playing cowboys and Indians. 2 or 3 other customers had interrupted his conversation with the pensioner, who bided his time, being used to it, while Jonas finished serving them, then picked up at exactly the same place where he had left off. As I was saying, at 7 o'clock, Jonas hesitated over whether to close the door and go to eat at Pepito's, as it seemed he ought to, but he didn't have the courage. He preferred to go across the marketplace and buy eggs at the Coutel dairy shop, where, as expected, Madame Coutel asked him, Gina not there, lacking conviction now. He gave his answer. She's gone to Bourges. He made himself an omelette. It was good to have something to do. His gestures were precise. As he was tipping the beaten eggs into the frying pan, he gave in to a craving, as he had for the apple tart at lunchtime, and went into the courtyard to pick a few chives, growing in a tub. Shouldn't he have been indifferent to his food? Since Gina had left him, he put butter, bread, and coffee on the table, unfolded his napkin, and ate his meal slowly, with the feeling that his mind was a complete blank. He had read somewhere, perhaps in a book of wartime memoirs, that seriously wounded men almost always take some time to feel any pain, not immediately realizing that they have been injured. In his case, it was a bit different. He felt neither agonizing pain nor despair. It was rather as if a void had opened up inside him. He was thrown off balance. The kitchen, which had not changed at all, now seemed to him not exactly unfamiliar, but lifeless, lacking consistency, as if he were seeing it without his glasses. He did not weep or groan that evening any more than he had the night before, after eating a banana, and that too had been bought by Gina. He washed the dishes, swept the floor, and went on to the threshold to watch the setting sun. He did not stay there, because his next-door neighbors, the chains from the grocer's shop, had taken chairs out on the pavement and were talking in low voices to the butcher, who had come over to keep them company. If Jonas no longer had his most valuable stamps, he still had his collection of Russian ones, since he had stuck these, to which he attached only sentimental value, in an album, rather as in other households one might collect family photographs. Yet he did not feel particularly Russian, and proof of this was that the only place he felt at home was on the Place du Vieux Marché. When the Milk family had come to live there, the other shopkeepers had been welcoming, and, although at first his father had not spoken a word of French, the Milks had soon made a success of the business. It sometimes made Constantine burst out laughing, without bitterness, to be selling fish by the pound, when only a few years before he had owned the largest fishing fleet in Archangel, with boats that went as far as Spitzbergen and Novaya Zemlya. Shortly before the Great War, he had even fitted out a whaler, and perhaps it was from his own special sense of humor that he had called his son Jonas. Natalia had taken longer to get used to their new way of life, and her husband would tease her in Russian in front of the customers, who wouldn't understand. "Come on, Ignatievna Udonova, put your dainty little hands into this box and serve a half-dozen whiting to the fat lady." Jonas knew practically nothing about the family on his mother's side, the Udonovs, except that they were ship's chandlers, whereas Konstantin Milk, whose grandfather had already been a ship owner, still had plebeian and rather coarse manners. The Udonovs were genteel, on the edges of high society. When he was in a good mood, Milk didn't call his wife Natalia, but Ignatievna Udonova, and she would pinch her lips as if it was an insult. What distressed her most was that there was no synagogue in the town, because the Milks, like the Udonovs, were Jewish. There were other Jews in the neighborhood, especially among the second-hand dealers and small shops on Rue Haute. But because the Milks were fair-haired, with pale skin and blue eyes, the local people did not seem to notice their race. As far as everyone was concerned, they were Russian, and that was true in a way. At school at first, when he hardly spoke any French and sometimes used odd expressions, Jonas had been teased, but it had not lasted long. "They're nice," he would say to his parents when they asked him how he got on with his schoolmates. That was also perfectly true. Everyone was nice to them. After his father had left for Russia, the customers never failed to ask Natalia, on coming into the shop, still not heard from him. At heart, Jonas was quite proud that his mother had left him behind to go and join her husband. He had been more distressed at having to leave the Vieux Marché and enroll at the Lycée Condorcet in Paris, and above all, to reconnect with the Shepilovs. Sergei Sergeyevich Shepilov was an intellectual, as was made plain in his attitudes, his way of speaking, his manner of looking at people with a certain condescension while talking to them. He had been living in France for 11 years, but still considered himself an exile, and belonged to all the white Russian groups, contributing to their newspaper and their magazines. When, on his days off school in Paris, Jonas went to see them in the bookshop on Rue Jacob, where they lived in a small flat at the back, Shepilov would make as if to speak to him in Russian, then stop short and say bitterly, "Of course you've forgotten the language of your motherland." Shepilov was still alive. His wife, Nina Ignatievna, too. They were both elderly now, and had retired to Nice, where they eked out a living from articles that Shepilov placed now and then in the newspapers, sitting round their samovar. They were ending their days in the cult of the past and scorn for the present. If your father hasn't been shot or sent to Siberia, it means he's joined the party. And in that case, I would prefer never to see him again. Jonas did not feel hate for anyone, not even the Bolsheviks, whose coming to power had dispersed the family. If he thought often of Dusha, it was less as a real person, more like a kind of fairy. In his mind, Dusha was like no one else he had ever met. She had become the symbol of a fragile and tender femininity, the very thought of which brought tears to his eyes. So as to occupy himself that evening, he looked through his Russian stamps, and in his little office, where he had lit the lamp, the history of his native land passed before his eyes. His collection was almost complete. It had taken him a long time to assemble it and had required much patience. Many letters written and specimens exchanged with hundreds of other philatelists. But even so, this whole album was worth less on the market than 4 or 5 of the stamps Gina had taken. The first stamp, the very earliest issued in Russia, in 1857, had the two-headed eagle in relief. And while Jonas possessed the 10 and 20 kopeck versions, he had never been able to acquire the 30 kopeck one. The same image had served for years, with slight variations, until the stamp his Condorcet school friend had shown him was issued, celebrating the 1905 tercentenary. Then, after 1914, there came stamps issued for charitable causes with pictures of Ilya Muromets and the Don Cossack. He particularly liked for the style of the engraving. A St. George killing the dragon, which was worth only 40 francs. As he handled them, he was thinking, when this stamp was issued, my father was 20 years old when this one came out. He was 25. By the time of that one, he'd met my mother. This one dates from when Alyosha was born. In 1917, the Liberty Cap of the Democratic Republic appeared with 2 crossed sabers. Then came stamps showing Kerensky and a vigorous hand breaking a chain. Stamps printed in 1921 and 1922 were notable for more aggressive and denser images, and by 1923, commemorations were taking place once more. Not of the Romanovs this time, but of the 4th anniversary of the October Revolution. Then the 5th anniversary of the Soviet Republic. A few more charity stamps next. At the time of the famine. And then, as the USSR was formed, pictures of workers, peasants, and soldiers, with the portrait of Lenin, in red and black, appearing for the first time in 1924. He was not moved by these. He was without nostalgia. It was rather curiosity that had incited him to collect these images of a far-off world and stick them in rows. A Samoyed village or a group of Tajiks near a cornfield plunged him into the same kind of reverie as a child with a picture book. It had never occurred to him to go back there, and it was not fear of the fate that might perhaps await him, nor hate of the party, like Shepilov. As soon as he was old enough, on the contrary, he had turned in his Nansen passport and obtained French naturalization. Even France was too big for him. After the lycée, he had worked for a few months in a bookshop on Boulevard Saint-Michel, and the Shepilovs had not believed their ears when he told them he preferred to return to the Berry region. He had come back alone and rented a furnished room from an elderly spinster, Mademoiselle Boutereau, who died during the war. He found a job as an assistant at the Duret bookshop on Rue de Bourges. It was still there. Old Duret had retired, having half lost his wits, but his two sons had carried on the business. It was the biggest bookshop and stationers in town, and had a whole window filled with pious ornaments. In those days, he had not yet been taking his meals at Pepito's, which was too expensive for him, when the bookshop where he lived now had become vacant. He had moved in, as if Rue de Bourges, although no distance, was still too far away. He was back in the heart of the Vieux Marché of his childhood, and everyone recognized him. And suddenly, Gina's departure had destroyed this balance, acquired through persistence, as brutally as the Russian Revolution long ago had scattered his relatives. He gave up before reaching the end of the album. He made a cup of coffee, went to drop the catch on the shop door, turned the key, put up the bar, and a little later went up to the bedroom. As always, when there was no market next day, it was a quiet night. The only sounds, a distant car horn now and then, or, even further off, the rumble of a goods train. Alone in bed, without the spectacles that made him look grown up, he curled up in a ball like a frightened child, and finally went off to sleep, with a despairing twist on his lips and a hand stretched out to the place where Gina should have been. When he was woken by the sun shining into the room, the air was still peaceful, and the bells of St. Cecile's were ringing for early mass. At once, the emptiness of his solitude descended on him, and he almost got dressed without washing, as he used to sometimes, in the days before Gina. But he wanted to carry out all his usual everyday gestures, whatever the cost, to the point that he hesitated when being served with the croissants at the bakery. "Just 3," he finally murmured, as if regretfully, "Gina not here." These people still didn't know. It is true that they were near newcomers on the square, having bought their premises only 5 years earlier. No, she's not here. He was surprised when they did not say any more, hearing the news with indifference. It was 7:30. He had not shut the shop door to cross the marketplace. He never did. When he went back in, he gave a start, for a man was standing in front of him, and as he was walking head down, plunged in thought. He had not at first recognized him. "Where's my sister?" Fredo's voice was asking. For Fredo it was, there in the middle of the shop, in his leather jacket, with his dark hair still wet and carefully combed. Jonas had been expecting something like this since the previous day, but taken by surprise, he stammered, still holding the croissants wrapped in their thin brown paper. She's not back." Fredo was as tall as his father, and broader shouldered, and when he was angry, his nostrils narrowed. "Where's she gone?" he went on, his suspicious gaze fixed on Jonas. But to Bourges," he added, and perhaps this was a mistake, especially when talking to Fredo. At least she said she was going to Bourges. When did she say that? Yesterday morning. What time? I don't remember. Before the bus went. She got the 7:10 bus yesterday morning. She must have. Why was he shaking? As he faced a kid of 19 who had the gall to call him to account, he was not the only person locally to be afraid of Fredo. The Palestri's son had had from childhood a withdrawn character. People said he was sly. It was true that he didn't seem to feel affection for anyone except his sister. With his father, when the latter had drunk too much, he behaved abominably, and the neighbors had heard horrifying scenes. They said that once Fredo had slapped his father, and his mother had flown at him, then locked him in his room like a naughty 10-year-old. He had escaped through the window and across the roofs, and stayed away a week, looking unsuccessfully for work in Montluçon. He had never acquired his school-leaving certificate and refused to learn a proper trade. He had worked for several shopkeepers as errand boy or delivery man. Later, as a salesman. He had never stayed anywhere more than a few months or even weeks. It wasn't that he was lazy. One of his former employers said of him, "That lad is resistant to any kind of discipline. He wants to be a general before he's done his basic training." Fredo seemed to hate the Vieux Marché as much as Jonas loved it, just as he despised and hated all the residents en bloc, and as he would no doubt have hated any place he found himself. Angel alone pretended to treat him as if he were still a child. But it was far from certain that she wasn't afraid of him, too. He had been 15 when she had found a flick knife in his pocket with a long blade which he spent hours lovingly sharpening. She had taken it away from him. All he had said, with indifference, was, "I'll get another one." "I forbid you to." "Who says?" "I'm your mother, for heaven's sake." "As if you did it on purpose. I bet my father'd had one too many." He didn't drink or go out dancing, just frequented a little bar in the Italian neighborhood, the wrong end of Rue Haute, where Poles and Arabs mixed, and there were always groups of men in the back room having discussions that made one feel uneasy. It was called the Luxor Bar after the holdup and Marcel's arrest. The police had come inquiring, since Marcel had been one of the regulars there before Fredo. The only person they had pounced on was a former boxer, illegally in France and without correct papers, but they kept an eye on the Luxor after that. Jonas wasn't really afraid. Even if Fredo were to strike him in a moment of rage, it wouldn't trouble him. He wasn't brave, but he knew physical pain doesn't last forever. It was Gina he felt he was defending just then, and he sensed that he was floundering. He could have sworn that he had flushed scarlet to the roots of his hair. She said she wouldn't be back for the night. He thought quickly. Already once, when Bourges had been mentioned, he had spoken unguardedly. Now he ought to be careful. "I don't remember." The young man laughed scornfully. "You don't remember whether you should expect her or not. She didn't know herself. Well, if that's so, did she take her suitcase? Think fast. Don't get muddled. Don't contradict what you said before, despite himself." He glanced at the stairs. "No, I don't believe she did." "She didn't take it," said Fredo firmly. His voice was getting harsher, becoming accusing. "Her case is upstairs in the cupboard. And her coat." He was waiting for an explanation. What could Jonas reply? Was this the moment to tell the truth? Was it to Gina's brother that he ought to confess? He stiffened and managed to say curtly, "Possibly. She didn't take the bus to Bourges." He pretended to be astonished. "A friend of mine was on the bus, and he didn't see her. Maybe she took the train to go and see La Lutte." "I suppose so. Gina didn't go to see La Lutte either. I phoned her this morning before I came over." Jonas hadn't known that La Lute possessed a telephone or that Fredo was in touch with her. If he had her phone number, he must have been to see her in Bourges. Where is my sister? I don't know. When did she leave? Yesterday morning. He almost added, I swear it. He was close to believing it. So many times had he repeated it. What difference did it make whether Gina had left on Wednesday night or Thursday morning? Nobody's seen her. Everyone's so used to seeing her around, they probably wouldn't notice her. It looked as if Fredo, who was a head taller than him, was on the point of grabbing his shoulders and shaking him, and Jonas stood still, resigned. He did not look away until the other man went towards the door without touching him. We'll see about this, muttered Fredo menacingly. Never had there been a more peaceful and luminous morning. The marketplace was only just waking up, and they could hear the grocer next door winding out his orange awning, the squeaky handle breaking the silence. Standing in the doorway, Fredo was a huge and menacing shadow. As he turned to go, he opened his mouth, no doubt to hurl an insult, but thought better of it, crossed the pavement, and started his motorbike. Jonas was still standing in the middle of the shop, forgetting the croissants, forgetting that it was breakfast time. He was trying to understand. The day before, he had already had an intuition about the danger that was lurking, and now he had been threatened in his own home. But with what and why? He had done nothing except take into his house the woman that Archangel had consigned to him. And for 2 years he had made an enormous effort to give her some peace and quiet. She's gone to Bourges. He had said that unthinkingly, just to stop the questions. And now it was making other questions arise. While he was at the baker's, Fredo had evidently not just come into the shop, but gone upstairs, opened the cupboard, and felt inside the wardrobe, because he already knew that his sister had taken neither her suitcase nor her coat. Was it possible that they might think a thought that had suddenly occurred to him? His flushed cheeks faded as the blood drained out of them. It was so absurd and terrible. Did people really believe? Did anyone? If only Fredo believed that he had got rid of Gina. Weren't they all well aware? The shopkeepers in the Vieux Marché, and even the rest of town, that it wasn't the first time his wife had run off, that she had done so before she was married to him, while she still lived with her parents, and that was why she had been foisted onto him. He had no illusions about that. Nobody else would have married her, and Gina wasn't a cool and calm type like La Lute, who was managing more or less in her life in Bourges. Gina was a woman out of control. They all knew that, her father included. Why, for the love of God, would he ever have, even to himself? He hesitated to use the word or to think it, but wasn't it better to face reality? Why would he have killed her? That was, he felt sure now, what Fredo suspected, and perhaps the day before. The same idea had already occurred, in a vaguer form, to Palestri. Otherwise, why were they harassing him like this if he was jealous? If he suffered every time Gina went chasing after some man? Every time he smelled an unfamiliar odor about her? He had never let anyone else see that, not even her. He had never reproached her at all. On the contrary, when she came back, he would be more affectionate than ever, so that she would forget, and so that she would not feel awkward in front of him. He needed her, too. He wanted to keep her. He did not think he had the right to lock her up, as Angel had once locked her son up. Did they really think that? He almost rushed over at once to the Palestris to tell Angel the truth, but he realized that it was too late. Now, they wouldn't believe him. He had repeated too many times that she had gone to Bourges, adding too many details. Perhaps she would come back, in spite of everything. The fact that she had not taken her coat unsettled him. Because if she was hiding somewhere in their own town, why would she have taken his stamps, since she wouldn't have been able to sell them there? He had walked into the kitchen automatically, and once more, with mechanical gestures, he made himself a coffee, sitting down to drink it and to eat his croissants. The lime tree at the back of the chain's store was full of birds, and he opened the door into the courtyard to throw them some crumbs, as he usually did. If only he had been able to question the clerk at the railway station, he would know. But it was too late for that, too. Had someone been waiting for Gina in a car, that would explain why she had left without a coat. He could still belong to the police station and tell them everything. Ask them to start a search. Who knows? Maybe tomorrow they would be accusing him of not doing that, and see it as evidence against him. Still acting automatically, he went up to the bedroom, where the cupboard door and the two panels of the wardrobe were still open. On the floor, there was even a pair of his trousers. He picked them up, made the bed, cleaned the wash basin, and changed a dirty towel. It was the day for the laundry, and he remembered to get the washing ready since Gina was not there to do it. In the linen basket, which he upended, there was a jumble of underclothes. He was beginning to make a list of everything when he was interrupted by the sound of footsteps downstairs. It was Madame Lallemande, the mother of the young invalid who had gone to Bourges the day before. She had come to change some books for her daughter. What did the doctor say? He thought to ask. It seems there's a specialist in Vienna who might be able to cure her, but it's not certain, and we'd have to travel there and stay months in a country where we don't speak the language, and it'll cost money. My daughter's saying she prefers to stay the way she is, but I'm going to write all the same to her uncle, who's got a good business in Paris, and he might help us out. While he was choosing books, the woman seemed to be listening to the silence in the house, where, at this time of day, Gina would normally have been coming and going. Your wife's not here. He simply shook his head. Yesterday, someone asked my daughter if she'd been on the bus with her. You don't know who it was? No, I didn't ask. I can't really be bothered with other people. You know. He did not react. From now on, he could expect anything. His overwhelming emotion was not fear, but disappointment. And yet, he had never expected anything much from other people. He had been content to live in his small corner as humbly as possible. I think she'd like these two. Nothing about illness in them. Is there? No. I've read them. It was true that he did sometimes read these novels aimed at young girls and enjoyed them. At those times, yes, he thought about Dusha and gave her the features of the heroines. Then someone came to collect the money for the gas bill, and he opened the till, paid, and was about to go back and finish the laundry list when a young man brought in some school textbooks, asking him to buy them. Jonas was sure he'd want to buy them back in a week or two, that he was only selling them to have a bit of cash in his pocket. But since that was none of his business, he quoted a figure. Is that all? He was still a shopkeeper. If they were in better condition, he had 3 shelves full of school books, just from the local lycée, and they brought him in quite a lot of money, since the editions seldom changed, and the same books had come through his hands many times in a few years. He even recognized some of them, from an ink stain on the cover, for instance, before he picked them up. At last, he could go upstairs, finish the list, and put the dirty linen in a pillowcase. which he nodded and slid under the counter for when the laundryman came. It did not seem odd to him to be sending Gina's clothes for washing. In his mind, she was still, and always would be, part of the house. At 10 o'clock, he went over to Lebuc's bar, where the only person there was a lorry driver he did not know. He heard the usual, "Morning, Monsieur Jonas," and replied as usual, "Morning, Fernand. An espresso, please." "Here you go." He picked up his 2 lumps of sugar and began to unwrap them. The lorry driver was holding his glass of white wine in his hand without speaking, keeping an eye on his lorry through the window. Unusually for him, Lebuc too was silent as he manipulated the percolator, and Jonas thought he looked embarrassed. He had expected a question, and since it didn't come, he said all the same, "Gina's not back," and Fernand murmured as he placed the steaming cup on the bar. "So I heard." So they had been talking about it here too. Not Fredo, for sure, because he never went into the bars of the Vieux Marché. Louis, perhaps, but how would Louis know? Since his son, when he left Jonas's shop, had been heading towards town. It was true that someone had been asking questions of the young invalid when she got off the bus. He didn't understand. In this sudden wave of suspicion, there was something that puzzled him. When Gina had run away for 3 days, it had aroused no comment, and at worst a few people had looked at him with amused expressions. Only the butcher had asked him, "How's your wife?" And he had replied, "She's fine." And Ansel, with a wink at everyone, had said, "Well, I never." Why was it that something that had amused them all 6 months ago was now being taken tragically? If he had been alone with Lebuc, he would have been tempted to ask him. He probably wouldn't have. In the end, out of bashfulness. But he would have liked to. And why should he need to explain anything? As if he felt guilty. He couldn't stop himself. Even now. Saying with an unconvincing show of indifference, "She must have been held up." Lebuc merely sighed, avoiding looking at him. Dare say. What had he done yesterday morning when Gina had already left? He had still felt he was on an equal footing with them. They were abandoning him. Suddenly, without a word of explanation, without his being able to defend himself. And he had done nothing, not a thing. Would he be forced to shout this out to them? He was so on edge that he asked, as if he had not known it for a long time, what he owed for his coffee. How much? 30 francs, as usual. They must be talking about him all over the marketplace. There were rumors of which he knew nothing, and there must somewhere be a misunderstanding that could be laid to rest with 2 or 3 simple sentences. "I'm starting to feel worried," he said now, with a forced smile. This remark fell into a silence. Lebuc stood facing him like a wall. Jonas was doing it all wrong. He was talking too much. He was giving the impression of defending himself before he was accused of anything. But no one would ever dare accuse him of getting rid of Gina. Fredo might, but everyone knew he was odd. No, again, he was guilty of nothing. He had nothing to hide. If he had spoken of Boris, it was out of protective feelings towards Gina. At that point, he hadn't opened the strong box, and he had assumed this was just a runaway episode that would last a day or two. Would it have been better if he had answered people's queries by saying, "She's in bed with some man or other"? They would surely believe him if he said it wasn't out of vanity or human respect that he had mentioned Bourges. If he had been vain, he would never have married Gina in the first place. The whole neighborhood had laughed when they saw her in white on her wedding day. Indeed, even Angel had tried to dissuade her from it. "All my friends got married in white," she had retorted. "Your friends aren't the same as you. I don't know a single one who was a virgin when she got married, if that's what you mean. And nor were you when you married Papa." What she said about her friends and her mother was possibly true. Angel had not argued with her. Only other women had not flaunted themselves like Gina. Even if he too had appeared ridiculous wearing a formal suit as he came out of the church with her on his arm, he had none the less looked around proudly. He wasn't vain. He wasn't ashamed of the kind of woman she was. And yet he had just tried to lie to himself, persuading himself that it was for her sake, not his own, that he had invented a trip to Bourges. What would he have been protecting her from? Since she had never tried to hide her escapades, as for other people, they must have got quite a kick out of seeing her being unfaithful and been grateful to her for that. And yet he had answered, "She's gone to Bourges." And afterwards, he had stuck stubbornly to that statement as he walked back to his shop, where a stranger was looking through the books in the boxes. He tried to find the answer, or rather to admit it to himself. Although it was unpleasant, if he had felt the need to protect Gina, wasn't it, really, because he felt guilty towards her? He didn't want to think about that anymore. It was quite enough to have made it this far. If he pursued his thoughts in that direction, God only knew where he would end up. Discovering things it is better not to know. And anyway, no one else was aware of that. It wasn't on that account that he was being accused, or was likely to be accused. He hadn't killed her. He hadn't got rid of her. He was not guilty in the way they understood it. Why then did people look at him? Even Labuk, the person he liked best, whom he regarded more as a friend than as a provider of coffee. Why did they all look at him suspiciously? How much the customer was asking him, holding out a book on scuba diving. The price is on the back. 120 francs. 100, the other man suggested. He repeated 120. He must have spoken more sharply than usual, since the customer, as he felt in his pocket for change, looked at him in astonishment. Chapter 5. They left him in peace until the Monday. Too much in peace, perhaps, since it made him think they were distancing themselves from him. Perhaps he was becoming too sensitive and ascribing to people non-existent intentions, having asked for news of Gina over the last 2 days, as insistently as if they were calling him to account. They no longer mentioned her in his presence now, and he suspected Labuk. Ansel and the others were deliberately avoiding referring to his wife. Why had they suddenly lost interest in her? And if they knew where she was, what reason did they have not to tell him? He was alert to the slightest nuances. For instance, when he had eaten his lunch at Pepito's on Friday, the widower had clearly blinked at him, as in the old days, whereas the day before he had hardly moved an eyelid. Did the town clerk think that Jonas had come back for good and was once more going to eat his meals? Facing him, Pepito had shown no surprise to see him. But neither had he asked again for news of Gina. Cod in cream sauce today, he had announced, knowing that Jonas liked it. It could not be said that his manner was cold, but he was certainly more reserved than usual. "Will you be in for dinner?" he asked, as Jonas rose to leave. "No, I don't think so." Logically, Pepito ought to have said, "So Gina's coming back this afternoon," because Pepito had no idea why it was that Jonas, although all alone, preferred to eat his evening meal at home. It was really so as not to slip back at once into his bachelor habits, not to cut himself off from the other life he had grown accustomed to, and also because preparing a meal and washing up afterwards gave him something to do. Friday afternoon had been depressing. Warm air entered the shop through the open door. Jonas had tried to sort and label one of the bundles of books that he called attic throwouts, where you found a bit of everything, especially school prizes from the past, bearing the names in faded ink of prize winners long dead. There had been few customers. Louis had gone past the shop on his three-wheeler, slowing down, but not stopping until he got to Fernand's bar at 4 o'clock. When Louis had left, Jonas went over for his coffee, and Lebuc was as reserved as he had been in the morning. Next, he had crossed the square to Ansel's to buy a chop for his supper. Ansel wasn't there. The assistant served him, and Madame Ansel came out of the back room to take his money without asking any questions. He ate his meal, tidied up, and went on until quite late, inventorying the attic books now piled high in a corner, and repairing with sticky tape any that were damaged. He stayed in the front of the shop, where it was light, but kept the catch on the door. The rest of the house was dark. Someone went past and then back again at about 9 o'clock. A shape he could only glimpse through the obscurity. And he could have sworn it was Angel. They were spying on him. They were coming to see, without asking him. Whether Gina was back, he went to bed at 10 and slept. The sounds of the market started up in the early hours. The Saturday market was the busiest of the week, and vehicles were sometimes forced to park on the pavements. It was hotter than the day before. The sun was a veiled yellow disk, without the same luminosity. And when at 11 a storm seemed to be brewing, the market women looked up at the sky anxiously. It must have struck somewhere in the countryside, though, as they heard a few rumbles of thunder, after which the clouds first brightened again, then vanished, leaving a clear blue sky. He ate at Pepito's once more, and the widower was there with his dog. It was Jonas who this time, as if asking for even a hint of sympathy, blinked first, and Monsieur Maitre replied, his face without expression. Pepito's would be closed on Sunday. So Jonas went round the shops for groceries, carrying Gina's straw shopping bag. He did not buy his vegetables at Angel's, but went to a greengrocer in Rue Haute. This time, Ansel was in the butcher's shop and served him without passing any jocular remarks. He also had to buy bread, coffee, and salt, all of which had run out, and for his Sunday evening meal, he picked up some spaghetti. This was a tradition when Gina was there, because it didn't take long to prepare. The square of the Vieux Marché had been hosed down. A few cars were parked on the marketplace, and as on the previous evening, he spent the time repairing books and writing prices on them in pencil. He had read the newspaper. He had no hope of finding any news of his wife there, nor did he wish to, because it would have been bad news. But at the same time, he was disappointed. This was the fourth night he had slept alone, and since he went to bed early, he heard his neighbors returning from the cinema. Next morning, he heard others, women mainly, on their way to St. Cecile's. Since marrying Gina, he had been going to Mass with her every Sunday, always high Mass at 10, and for that occasion she always dressed up, wearing a blue suit, with a white hat and gloves in summer. When the question of marriage had arisen, he had at once understood that, for the Palestrus, it would have to be in church. Until then, he had never set foot inside one, except for a few funerals, and had followed the rites of no religion, except that, until his mother had left, he had observed Jewish practices. He had not told people he was a Jew, nor had he concealed it. As soon as he had taken his decision, he had gone to find the priest, the Abbé Grimaud, and asked to be baptized a Catholic. For 3 weeks, almost every night, he had attended catechism lessons in the presbytery, sitting in a little parlor where the round table was covered in a red plush cloth with wooden beads hanging round the edge. The room was full of a stale and powerful smell that Jonas had never encountered before, and would never encounter anywhere else. While he was reciting the catechism, as if in school, the Abbé Grimaud, who had been born on a farm in the Charolais, puffed on his cigar and stared into space, which did not stop him correcting his pupil if he made a mistake. Jonas had asked him to be discreet, and the priest had understood, but they still had to find a godmother and godfather. Justine, the priest's housekeeper, and old Joseph, the sexton, an engraver by trade, agreed to stand in, and Jonas gave each of them an expensive present. He also made a donation to the church. He had written to tell Shepilov he was getting married, but didn't dare inform him of his baptism, nor that the wedding would be a religious ceremony. It had given him pleasure to become a Christian, not only because of the wedding, but because it made him feel closer to the people of the Vieux Marché, who almost all attended church. At first, he had held himself awkwardly and had knelt or crossed himself at the wrong moments But he had picked up the right reflexes, and he and Gina sat in the same places every Sunday at the end of a row. He went to Mass this Sunday as usual, and it was the first time he had ever been there alone. It seemed to him that people were watching as he took his place, and that some of them nudged each other as he passed. He did not pray, because he had never really prayed, but he wanted to. And as he gazed at the flickering flames of the candles and breathed in the scent of incense, he thought of Gina and also of his sister Dusha, whose face was unknown to him. After the service, groups formed on the forecourt, and for about a quarter of an hour the scene was full of life. People's Sunday best clothes made a splash of color. Then gradually the pavements emptied, and for the rest of the day hardly anyone was to be seen. At midday, Ansel, who kept the shop open on Sunday mornings, pulled down his shutter. All the other shutters on the square were already down, except the bakery and cake shop, which did not close until 12:30 for Jonas and his wife. Sunday was courtyard day. That meant that, when it was fine, they would sit in the yard if they were not going out. In hot weather, it was almost impossible to stay in the house without opening the doors, because of the lack of air. But if they opened both doors, passers-by would think they were not observing Sunday closing. Not only did they spend the afternoon in the courtyard, but they ate lunch there, under a branch of the lime tree that extended over the wall of the Chineses' house and provided them with shade. A vine ran along the wall, old and gnarled, its leaves rust-spotted, but every year it produced a few bunches of sour grapes. They had tried to keep a cat, several actually. All of them, for some mysterious reason, had run off to find some other home. Gina didn't like dogs. In fact, she didn't like animals at all. And if they ever went for a walk in the countryside, she kept an anxious eye on the cows from a safe distance. She didn't like the countryside anyway, or going for walks. She had never tried to learn to swim. She was only in her element when her very high heels were tip-tapping on the hard surface of a pavement. And even so, she detested quiet streets like the one where Clémence lived. She needed noise, animation, the colorful displays outside the shops. When they went out for a drink, She did not choose the spacious cafes on the square in front of the town hall or the theater, but bars where there was a jukebox. He had bought her a radio, and on Sundays she would take it into the courtyard, using an extension cable to plug it into the socket in the kitchen. She did very little sewing, merely keeping her clothes more or less presentable, and there was often a button missing from her blouse, while half her underwear was in holes. She would read a book while listening to music and smoking cigarettes, and sometimes, in the middle of the afternoon, she would go up to the bedroom, take off her dress, and stretch out on top of the covers. He decided to read that Sunday too, sitting on one of the two metal chairs he had bought second-hand for the courtyard. Twice he went back into the house to change his book, finally settling on one about the life of spiders. There was a spider in a corner that he had known about for a long time, and he looked up at it now with new interest, like a man who has just discovered something. There had been no news from Gina in the bust either the day before or on Friday. He had been hoping, without much expectation, that she would send him some word, and he realized now that that was a ridiculous idea. From time to time, without stopping reading, his thoughts overlaid the printed words, though he did not lose the thread. It is true that his thoughts were not clear or consequent. Images came to mind. Angel, for instance, and then straight away, for no reason. He imagined Gina lying naked on a brass bedstead in a hotel bedroom. Why a brass bedstead? And why were the walls whitewashed? Such as you find in the countryside. It was hardly likely that she had taken refuge somewhere out in the country, since she detested it. She was certainly not alone. Since leaving on Wednesday evening, she must have bought new underwear, unless she had simply washed out her bra and panties at night and put them back on next morning without ironing them. Clémence, with her husband and Poo-Poo, must be round at the Ansells, where the family always congregated on Sundays, and the younger daughter, Martine, played the piano. They had a very large courtyard at the back, containing the shed Gina had mentioned. She had not told him whether she had let the butcher have his way. Probably she had, but there was also a good chance that Ansel hadn't dared go too far. Twice that afternoon, he thought he could hear the piano, as its notes sometimes carried into his courtyard, depending on the wind. The Chains owned a car and were out on Sundays. Angel Palestri spent the afternoon asleep, while Louis, wearing his blue suit, went to play skittles and would not be back until he had visited all the cafes in the town. What would a young man like Fredo be doing with his time, Jonas didn't know. He was the only member of the family not to go to Mass and was not usually seen all day. A few old women went past at 5 o'clock for the evening service, and the church bells rang again for a moment. Le Bouc's bar was shut. Jonas had made himself some coffee and, feeling hungry, nibbled a piece of cheese. Nothing else happened. He ate his dinner. Then, not having the heart to work, he finished the book about spiders. It was only 9 o'clock, and he went for a walk, closing the door behind him and heading for the canal, where a drawbridge could be seen looming through the moonlit night. Two narrow boats, local ones registered in Barrie, were moored at the landing stage, and all round them circles formed on the surface of the water. He went past the house where Clémence lived, on Rue des Deux Ponts, and this time there was a light on the first floor. Did Clémence know something about Gina? Even if she did, she wouldn't tell him. He did not stop there, as he had been tempted to do, but on the contrary, walked quickly away, because the window was open, and Reverdy, in shirt sleeves, was pacing to and fro and talking. As he approached his own house, the closed shutters and deserted pavement, the silence, made him uneasy, and he surprised himself by quickening his pace as if fleeing from some vague menace. Was it because other people, like Gina, experienced the same fear that they hurried to brightly lit bars where there were loud voices and music playing, bars like the ones he could see in the distance at the lower end of Rue Haute, on the way to the Luxor, where he vaguely glimpsed couples standing against the walls. He slept badly, still feeling there was a threat following him even into his bedroom. Just as he put aside his glasses and switched off the light, a memory had struck him. Not quite a personal memory, since time had eroded it and confused the snatches of what he had actually seen and heard with what he had been told afterwards. He had been no more than 6 years old when the drama had occurred, and since then there had been no sensational event in town until Marcel's holdup. As Jonas had been born in 1916, it must have been in 1922, and he was just starting school. It would have been in November. The Blue House already existed. It was called that because the facade was painted sky blue from top to bottom. It had not changed since. it still stood, with its very steep roof, on the corner of Rue des Prémontrés and the marketplace, next to Ansel's butcher's shop, and only a few doors away from the fishmonger's where Jonas was living at the time. The sign had not changed either. You could still read the shop's name in letters, rather darker than the facade, and then in smaller letters, Children's Outfitter. Baby clothes a speciality. The woman now known as the widow Lenton still had her husband at the time, a fair-haired man with a long mustache. And while his wife ran the business, he worked on and off elsewhere. Sometimes he could be seen sitting all day long on a chair in front of the house, and Jonas remembered a sentence he had often heard repeated: "Lenton's been having one of his turns." Gustav Lenton had been with the army in Indochina and fought in Tonkin, a word Jonas had heard for the first time when people in the Vieux Marché talked about him, and which seemed to mean something terrible. According to them, Lenton had come back with fevers. For weeks, they said, he would seem a man like anyone else. His expression always rather dark, though, and sometimes threatening. He would start working for one firm or another. Then they would hear that he was lying on the ground, covered with icy sweat and trembling all over, his teeth clenched like a corpse. Jonas hadn't made that sentence up. He didn't know who had spoken it in his hearing, but it had remained stamped on his memory. Dr. Laurel, a bearded man, dead long since, came to see Lenton twice a week, walking briskly to the house, shabby leather bag in hand, and Jonas, from the opposite pavement, would stare up at the windows, wondering if Lenton was dying. A few days later, they would see him out again, looking thinner, his eyes sad and vacant, and his wife would help him to come and sit on a chair by the door, moving it during the day as the sun followed its course. The shop did not belong to Lenton, but to his parents-in-law, the Arnauds, who lived there with the younger couple. Jonas remembered Madame Arnaud as a woman who was almost round, with white hair pulled back and so sparse that you could see the pink of her skin underneath. He couldn't remember what her husband looked like, but he had seen the people gathered there one morning as he was leaving for school. It was windy and a market day. An ambulance and two black cars were parked in front of the blue house, and the crowd was so thickly jostling together that it might have been taken for a protest gathering, had there not been an oppressive silence. Although his mother had pulled him away and told him later he could not have seen anything, he was still convinced, even today, that he had glimpsed a man lying on a stretcher carried by two attendants in white overalls, a man with his throat cut. A woman was screaming inside the house. He was sure, sounding frenzied, "You're imagining that you saw what you were told afterwards." That was possible, but it was difficult to admit that the image lodged in his mind had not really appeared to him as a child. Lenton, they learned afterwards, had resented living as an extra mouth to feed in the house belonging to his parents-in-law. More than once, he had said it could not go on, and people had thought he intended to commit suicide. A watch was kept on him, and his wife sometimes followed him from a distance in the street. That night, he had not woken her, although he was writhing with fever. In the morning, she had gone downstairs first, as usual, thinking he was calm. Then Lenton, taking a razor in his hand, had crept into the bedroom of his parents-in-law and cut their throats, one after the other, as he had seen done by Tonkinese soldiers, perhaps as he too had done when he was there. Only old Madame Arnaud had had time to cry out. Her daughter had rushed upstairs, but by the time she reached the open door, her husband had already committed his act and was standing in the middle of the room, staring at her with an insane expression. Then he had severed his own carotid artery. In turn, Madame Lenton herself was white-haired now, a tiny little woman, her hair as sparse as her mother's, and she still sold clothes for babies and children. Why? As he was falling asleep, had Jonas thought about that drama? Because he had walked past the blue house earlier and seen a shadow move behind the curtain. It troubled him. He tried to think of something else. When, after half an hour, he still could not get to sleep, he got up to take a cardinal pill. In fact, he took two, and the effect was almost immediate. Only at 4 o'clock did he wake into the silence of daybreak, and then lay with his eyes open until it was time to get up. He felt stiff and anxious. He almost didn't go to buy his croissants from the baker's, since he was not hungry. But this was a kind of discipline he was forcing on himself. So he crossed the deserted marketplace and saw Angel, who was putting her baskets of produce out on the pavement. Did she see him? Did she pretend not to see him? 3, the baker's wife asked, already used to it. This irritated him. He had the feeling he was being spied on, and above all that other people knew, things that he did not. Ansel, cigarette in mouth, was unloading sides of beef with no apparent muscular effort. And yet he must have been 5 or 6 years older than Jonas. He ate his breakfast, dragged out the book boxes, and decided to finish sorting the pile of attic rejects before going upstairs to make the bed. At 9:30, he was still at work, looking up a bibliography to find out whether a battered copy of a book by Maupassant that he had found in a pile was perhaps a first edition. Someone came into the shop, and he paid no attention at first. He could tell by the silhouette that it was a man, and the newcomer was examining the books on a shelf without seeming to be in a hurry. When he did look at him, Jonas recognized the police inspector, Baskin, to whom he had quite often sold books. "Oh, my apologies," he stammered. "I was just busy with— How are you, Monsieur Jonas?" "Fine, I'm fine." He could have sworn that Baskin had not come in that morning to buy a book, although he was holding one in his hand. And Gina— He flushed scarlet. Inevitably, he felt the blood rush to his face so violently that he tried to stop it, and he felt his ears burning. "I suppose she's fine, too." Baskin was a few years younger than him and had been born on the other side of the canal, in one of a group of 5 or 6 houses surrounding the brickworks. He was often to be seen at the market, and if there was a robbery at one of the shops, he was always the one who dealt with it. "She's not here." He hesitated, said no, then, as if plunging into water, blurted everything out at once. "She went out on Wednesday night, telling me she was going to babysit for Clémence, Ansel's daughter. She hasn't come home since, and I've had no news of her." It was a relief to be able to tell the truth at last, to be rid once and for all of the made-up story of a trip to Bourges, which had been haunting him. Baskin looked like an honest man. Jonas had heard that he had 5 children, and his wife was a frail-looking blonde who was, in fact, tougher than women of more solid appearance. It was often the case in the Vieux Marche that you knew about the lives of people you had never met from scraps of casual conversation overheard. Jonas didn't know Bascon's wife, who lived in a small, newly built house at the edge of town. But perhaps he had seen her doing her shopping without realizing who she was. The inspector didn't appear to be trying to lay a trap or to catch Jonas out in any way. He seemed relaxed, friendly, standing at the counter, book in hand, like any other customer talking about the weather. Did she take any luggage? No, her case is upstairs. Clothes, dresses? No. She was just wearing her red frock, no coat. Did that not prove that Baskin knew more than he was letting on? Otherwise, why did he think about the coat? Fredo had done so. True. But only after having searched the bedroom. Did that mean that Fredo had alerted the police? Both her coats are in the wardrobe. Did she have any money on her? If she did, it can't have been much. His heart was thumping hard in his chest, and he found it difficult to speak normally. And you've no idea where she might have gone? No, Monsieur Bascon, at midnight on Wednesday. I was so anxious that I went as far as Clémence's house. And what did she say? I didn't go in. There were no lights on. I thought they must be in bed and I didn't want to bother them. I was hoping Gina had gone home a different way, and you didn't meet anyone. This was the question that frightened him most, because he understood that what he was being asked was whether he had an alibi. He searched desperately in his memory, finally admitting, no, I don't think so. A memory came back to him. I heard the voices of a couple in Rue des Bourges, but I didn't see them. You didn't meet anyone else coming or going? I can't remember. I was thinking about my wife. I wasn't paying attention. Try to remember. I'm trying. Someone might have seen you from a window. He triumphed. There was one window with a light on the corner of Rue des Prémontrés and Rue des Deux Ponts. Whose was it? I don't know, but I could show you the house. Was the window open? No, I don't think so. The blinds were down. I even thought someone must be ill. Why would it be someone who was ill? No reason, just that everything was so quiet. Baskin was observing him seriously, without severity or hostility. Jonas found it quite natural that he should be doing his job, and rather him than someone else. The inspector would surely understand. It has happened before, you know, that Gina, he began, shamefaced. Yes, I know, but she has never been missing for 4 days, has she? And there was always someone who knew where she was. What did he mean by that? Did it mean that when she ran away, Gina had let someone else know? Her brother, for instance. Or a friend such as Clémence Basquin hadn't said that just as a possibility. He knew what he was talking about. And he even seemed to know more than Jonas. Had you quarreled on Wednesday? We've never quarreled. I swear. Just then, Madame Lallemand, the mother of the young invalid, came into the shop to change a couple of books, and the conversation remained in suspense. Had she heard rumors, she seemed to know the inspector, or at any rate knew who he was. since she looked embarrassed and said, "Just give me another couple like these." Had she understood that the bookseller was undergoing a formal interrogation? She hurried out like someone who feels they are in the way. And meanwhile, Baskin, having put his book back on the shelf, lit a cigarette. Not even, he went on. When she had stayed out overnight, Jonas said forcefully, "No, not even then. I didn't reproach her at all." He saw the policeman frown and realized that this was hard to believe. And yet, it was the truth. "Do you want me to believe it didn't bother you?" "I was upset about it." "But you chose not to let it show to her." It was genuine curiosity, possibly not at all professional, that he read in Baskin's eyes, and he would have liked to explain to him everything that was on his mind. His face was gleaming with perspiration now, and his glasses had started to steam up. I didn't need to let it show. She knew. The truth is, she was ashamed. But she wouldn't have let that be obvious for anything in the world. Gina was ashamed. Raising his head, he almost shouted. So certain was he that he knew the truth. Yes, and it would have been cruel to make that shame worse. It wouldn't have helped anything. Do you understand? She couldn't be any different. It was in her nature. The inspector was staring at him, looking stunned. And for a moment Jonas hoped he had convinced him. "I didn't have any right to reproach her. You're her husband." He sighed wearily. Of course. He realized that his hopes had been premature. How many times has it happened in the last 2 years? Because you got married 2 years ago, didn't you? 2 years ago last month. I haven't counted. That wasn't quite true. He could have remembered if he had taken a few moments, but it wasn't important. And that kind of question reminded him of the sort the priest asks in confession. The last time, 6 months ago, did you know who with? He raised his voice again. No, no. Why would I have wanted to know? What good would it have done him to know the name of the man Gina had slept with, to have a clearer image in his head, and suffer more? You love her. He replied almost in a low voice, yes. Sis. It distressed him to talk about this. It was his own business, no one else's. So one way or another, you love her, but you're not jealous. That wasn't a question. It was a statement. And he did not pick up on it. He felt discouraged. It wasn't the more or less noticeable cold shoulder he was getting from the market people that he was up against, but the reasoning of a man who should have been capable of understanding. because of his profession. And you're sure Gina left the house on Wednesday evening? Yes. What time? Right after dinner. She washed the dishes. She even forgot to clean the frying pan. And she told me she was going over to the Riverdis place. She went upstairs. I think so. Yes. You're not sure? Yes, I am. I remember now. Did she stay there long? No, not long. And you went as far as the door with her? Yes. And you saw which way she went off? Towards Rue des Prémontrés. He could still see the red dress, a splash of color against the gray of the street. You're sure your wife didn't spend the night of Wednesday to Thursday here? He flushed again as he said, certain. He was opening his mouth to explain himself, since he was intelligent enough to see where this was leading. But Baskin was quicker than him. And yet you told her father she'd taken the bus to Bourges on Thursday at 7:10. I know. It was wrong of me. You told a lie. It wasn't exactly a lie, but you repeated it to various other people with details. I can explain. Answer my question first. Did you have any reason to conceal it from Palestri that his daughter had left on Wednesday evening? No, he hadn't had any particular reason to hide it from Louis. And anyway, that wasn't how it had started. If only he could be given time to tell the events in the order they happened, they would have some chance of understanding each other. You admit that Palestri was aware of the way his daughter behaved? I think so. Yes. And Angel, too. Anyway, it was no great mystery. He was almost weeping with frustration. You may say Gina was ashamed, but she never tried to hide what she was doing. On the contrary, it's not the same thing. Not that kind of shame. What kind of shame do you mean? He was tempted to give up, out of weariness. Here they were, two intelligent men facing each other, but they weren't speaking the same language, and they were operating on quite different planes. What people said about her, she didn't care. It was, he wanted to explain that it was for herself that she felt ashamed, but he wasn't being given the chance to say that. And you didn't care either. Yes, I did. The words had come out faster than his thoughts. It was both true and false. And he realized that this was going to contradict what he had yet to explain. So you had no reason to hide the fact that she'd left? I didn't hide it. His throat was dry. His eyes were stinging. What difference did it make? Baskin was continuing, without leaving him time to reply. Whether she left on Wednesday night or Thursday morning. Exactly. Exactly what? It made no difference at all. It's the proof that I wasn't really lying. By saying your wife had taken the 7:10 bus to go and see La Lutte in Bourges, and then repeating it to at least 6 people, including your mother-in-law. Listen, Monsieur Baskin, that's what I want to do. To listen. It was true. He was trying to understand, but there was something in Jonas's attitude all the same that was starting to irritate him. Jonas noticed this, made him feel even more at a loss, as in Lebuc's cafe these last few days. There was a wall between himself and the person he was talking to, and he started to ask himself whether he was really a man like everyone else. I was hoping that Gina would come back on Thursday morning. Why? Because mostly she would only be away one night. This cost him something to say, but he was ready to bear more than that to be left in peace. When I saw she wasn't back, I told myself she'd be coming back sometime later in the day. So I acted as if nothing was wrong. Why? Because it wasn't worth. Would someone else have acted differently? He had to take advantage of getting his turn to speak. I went over to Lebuc's at about 10, like I do every day, and you announced that your wife had gone to Bourges that morning on the bus to see her friend. Jonas blurted out angrily, "No, you didn't say this in the presence of 5 or 6 witnesses. Not like that. It's not the same thing. Lebuc asked me how Gina was, and I just said she was fine. Ansel, who was next to me, he could confirm that. Then I think it was Fernand who said he hadn't seen her at the market that morning. What difference does that make? Wait a minute, he begged. That's when I said she'd gone to Bourges. Why? To explain why she wasn't around, and to give her time to get back without making a big fuss about it. But you said just now that she didn't care what people thought." He shrugged his shoulders. Yes, he had said that, and that you didn't mind either. Look, I was caught off guard. I was in a bar with people who knew me, and they asked where my wife was. They asked you where she was. Well, they were saying they hadn't seen her. So I answered by saying she was in Bourges. Why Bourges? Because she did go there now and then. And why did you mention the 7:10 bus? Because I remembered there wasn't a bus for Bourges in the evening. You thought of everything. I thought of that by chance. And you thought about her seeing La Lutte. I don't think it was me that mentioned her first. If I remember correctly, Lebuc said, "She's gone to see La Lutte, Has she? Because everyone knows La Lutte lives in Bourges and that she and Jean are friends. That's odd, said Baskin, looking at him more attentively than ever. No, it's quite simple, said Jonas, trying to smile. Perhaps it's not quite as simple as that. The inspector pronounced these words seriously, his expression indicating annoyance. Chapter 6. Was Basquin hoping that Jonas would change his mind and confess? Or did he want to emphasize once more the unofficial nature of his visit, whichever it was? Before leaving, he acted as he had on entering the shop, like a customer passing by, leafing through a few books, with his back turned to the bookseller. Finally, he looked at his watch, sighed, and picked up his hat from a chair. Got to go now. We'll probably find ourselves talking about all this again. It didn't sound like a threat, but as if the two men had some problem to resolve. Jonas followed him to the door, which had been open all the time. With a reflex instinctive to all shopkeepers, glanced both ways down the street. He still felt distressed. The sun shone directly into his face as he turned to the right, and it was hard to make out the faces of the people surrounding Angel. He did know for certain that there was a group, mostly women, standing on the pavement round the greengrocer, and that everyone was looking in his direction. Turning to the left, he saw another group at the entrance to Lebuc's bar, with at its center the blue and white striped overalls and blood-stained apron of Ansel. So they had all known about this before him and had been watching for the inspector's visit. Since the door was wide open, they must even have picked up a few words here and there whenever Jonas raised his voice. Perhaps some of them had crept closer without showing themselves. He was shocked by this, rather than frightened. They were not behaving well towards him, and he didn't deserve it. He was ashamed of seeming to run away by going quickly back inside the shop, but he felt unable to face, straight away and without preparation, their hostile curiosity, because their silence was hostile. There was no doubt about that. He would have preferred insults or whistles, but he would have to endure this silence for several days, during which he lived as if on a planet detached from the rest of the universe. For now, he forced himself to carry on working, without really knowing what he was doing, and a few minutes before 4 o'clock, his instinct made him glance at his watch. It was time for his usual cup of coffee at Lebuc's, Was he going to change his habits? He was tempted to do so. That would be the easiest solution. But in spite of what Baskin might be thinking, it was out of loyalty to Gina. It was for Gina's sake, that he cared so much that life should carry on as in the past. When he walked out of the door, no one was spying on him, and the ginger-colored dog belonging to the Shayness, which had been sleeping in the sun, got up lazily to sniff at his heels, stretching its head out to be patted. In Lebuc's bar, there was just one customer whom he did not know, and a familiar bag lady eating a crust of bread and a slice of salami in a corner. "Afternoon, Fernand, could you get me an espresso?" he said, feeling conscious of every inflection in his voice. He was determined to seem natural. Fernand, without a word, placed a cup under the chrome tap and turned on the steam. Avoiding his eyes and looking uneasy, as if unwilling to admit to himself that everyone was becoming cruel. It was impossible for him to behave differently from the others, as Jonas well understood. The entire Vieux Marché was forming a block against him now, including, no doubt, people who knew nothing at all about the matter. He didn't deserve this, not only because he was innocent of anything they might accuse him of, but because he had always done his best, discreetly and without fuss, to live like them, alongside them, and to be like them. He had believed, even a few days ago, that he had managed it through patience and humility, because he had been humble too. He never lost sight of the fact that he was a foreigner, a child of a different race, born in distant Archangel and transplanted by the chance effect of wars and revolutions into a little town in the French region of Berry. Shepilov, for example, did not possess that humility. As a refugee in France, he made no bones about criticizing the country, its ways, or indeed its politics. And Constantin Milk himself, when he ran the fish shop, did not hesitate to speak to Natalia in Russian in front of the customers. And nobody had taken against Jonas's father. Was it because he asked nothing of them and paid no attention to his neighbors' opinions? People who had known him still spoke of him with warmth, as of a strong and picturesque personality. Jonas, perhaps because his earliest conscious memories were of the Vieux Marché, had always tried to fit in. He didn't insist that people regard him as one of themselves. That, he felt, was impossible. He behaved with the discretion of a guest, and that was how he considered himself. They had let him live there and open his shop. In the morning, they would greet him with the ritual "Good day," Monsieur Jonas. About 30 people had attended the wedding reception, and as they came out of church, the whole market had formed a double guard of honor on the forecourt. So why had they suddenly changed their attitude now? He could have sworn that things wouldn't have been like this if what was now happening to him had happened to one of their own folk. Overnight, he had once more become a foreigner, a man from a different clan, a different world, who had come here to eat their bread and take one of their daughters. It did not make him angry or bitter, but it hurt, and he too, as Basquin had asked insistently, formulated the question, why? It was hard to find himself there, in Fernand's bar, which he thought of as a second home. To see the barman standing silently and as if distracted, and to feel obliged not to say anything. He didn't ask how much he owed, as he had the last time. Just placed the money on the linoleum counter. Good night, Fernand. Good night. Not the usual good night, Monsieur Jonas. Just a vague, cold good night. It was Monday, and this was going to last 4 days, until Friday. During that time, Gina gave no sign of life. There was nothing about her in the newspapers. Briefly, he wondered whether Marcel might perhaps have escaped from prison and she had joined him. But a jailbreak would probably have provoked some publicity. During these 4 days, he contrived, through willpower, to remain the same as ever, getting up every morning at the usual time, walking across the marketplace to fetch his 3 croissants, making his coffee, then a little later going upstairs to make the bed at 10 each day. He would go into Le Book's, and on one occasion, on the Wednesday, when Louis was there, he had enough strength of character not to flinch. He expected to be shouted at by Palestri, who had already had a few drinks. On the contrary, he was met with total silence. Everyone stopped talking when they saw him, except for a stranger speaking to Le Bouc, who pronounced a sentence or two more, then looked around in surprise and fell silent himself in embarrassment. At midday every day, he went to Pepito's, where neither the owner nor his niece made conversation with him even once. The widower still blinked at him, but then he, too, had long been living on another planet. Some customers continued to come into the shop, fewer than usual, and he did not see Madame Lallemande, whose daughter must have finished reading her 2 books quite often. 2 hours went past without a soul crossing his threshold, and for something to do, he cleaned the shelves one after another, dusting book after book, which resulted in his finding titles that had been there for years and that he had quite forgotten. So he spent hours on his bamboo ladder, seeing through the window the Vieux Marché, sometimes deserted, sometimes bustling with the colorful market. He had not mentioned to Basquin the disappearance of the stamps. Would that too be held against him? The inspector had simply asked whether Gina had taken any money with her, and he had replied that it couldn't have been much, which was true. He was beginning to fear now, like everyone else, that some harm might have come to Gina. At least once, he was sure. She had spent the night in a run-down building in Rue Haute with a North African. Might she, this time, have encountered a sadist or a madman, or one of those desperate individuals who kill for a few hundred francs? It reassured him to know she had taken the stamps, since this almost certainly ruled out that possibility. He felt so alone, so at a loss, that he was tempted to go and seek the advice of the Abbé Grimaud in that quiet parlor, whose darkness and smell were calming. But what could the priest have said? Why would he have understood any better than Basquin, who at least was a married man? Every evening, he cooked his own supper and washed the dishes. He no longer opened the album of Russian stamps that reminded him he was of a different race. He felt almost guilty now for having put together this collection, as if it was a kind of betrayal vis-a-vis the people among whom he now lived. And yet it was not out of patriotism or nostalgia for another country, of which he had no knowledge, that he had amassed those postage stamps. He would have been hard put to it to say just what his motive had been. Perhaps it was because of Dusha. He had mentioned her to Gina one Sunday afternoon in the courtyard, and Gina had asked, "Is she older than me? She was 2 years old when I was born. She'd be 42 now. Why did you say would be? Because she may be dead. Did they kill little children? I don't know. Maybe she's still alive." She had looked at him thoughtfully. "That's funny," she murmured. After a while, "What's funny?" "Everything. You, your family, your sisters, these people. Perhaps they're living peacefully over there and you don't know. and they're probably wondering what's become of you. Have you never wanted to go and see them? No. Why not? I don't know. She had not understood, and she must have imagined he had rejected his family. It wasn't true. Do you think they shot your father? They might have sent him to Siberia, or they might have let him go back to Archangel. It would be ironic, wouldn't it, if the whole family was back there together again? In their old city, or who knows, in their old house, except for him. Once that week, he found himself standing next to Beneche, the police officer at Le Book's. Beneche pretended not to see him, although he was on duty in the market 3 times a week. He was not employed by the market, so he must have known what they were thinking about Jonas in the police station. Baskin had hinted that they would be meeting again, and Jonas was expecting him to arrive at any minute. He had tried hard to prepare some answers for the questions he anticipated. He had even jotted down on a piece of paper his movements on Thursday last, the day he had so often mentioned the trip to Bourges, with a list of the people he had spoken to. 4 days as if living under a bell jar, like those animals in laboratories that are being used for experiments and observed from hour to hour. There was a violent thunderstorm on the Thursday morning, just as the market was at its busiest, which sent everyone dashing for cover. Huge drops of rain mixed with hailstones were falling, and 2 women he did not know took shelter in his shop. The rain lasted over an hour, and the traffic was virtually at a standstill. He was unable to get over to Le Book's at 10 o'clock, and it was not until 11:30 that he went across to drink his coffee in the bar, which smelled of wet wool. He felt obliged then to say, as if everything was normal, "Morning, Fernand," and he ordered his coffee, while unwrapping his 2 lumps of sugar. On the afternoon of that day, at about 5 o'clock, a uniformed policeman on a bicycle stopped in front of the shop and came inside, leaving the bike propped up on the pavement. "You are Jonas Milk?" "Yes." He said yes, and he was handed a yellowish envelope and then a notepad. The kind postmen use when they deliver registered letters. "Sign here." He signed and waited until he was alone to open the envelope, which contained an administrative form printed on cheap paper, summoning him to the police station the next day, Friday, at 10 o'clock. so they were no longer coming to ask questions casually, as if in passing he was being summoned. On the dotted line headed reason for attendance was scribbled in indelible pencil, a matter concerning you. That evening, he felt the urge to put down in writing everything that had happened since the previous Wednesday evening, and in particular on the Thursday, with a sincere explanation of all he had done and all he had said. But when he sat down at his desk and wondered how to begin, words failed him. He had been accused of nothing so far. No one had told him they suspected him of anything at all. They had simply been content to ask him a few insidious questions and to cold shoulder him. Perhaps it would be a relief, after all, to have the chance to explain everything fully at last. He did not know who would be interviewing him at the station. The summons was signed by the local police chief himself, whom he knew by sight. His name was DeVoe, and he looked a bit like Monsieur Matras, minus the hairs in his nose and ears. He was a widower, too, and lived with his daughter, who had married a doctor from Saint-Amand, now installed in Rue Gambetta. He slept badly, woke almost every hour, had confused nightmares, and dreamed, among other things, of the canal and the drawbridge, which had been raised to let a barge go through. But then they couldn't manage to lower it. Why was that his fault? It was a mystery. But everyone was accusing him, and he had been given a ridiculously short time to make the bridge operate. He was sweating. His hands were clenched round the handle, while Ansel, a side of beef perched on his shoulder, was staring at him and laughing. He was being treated like slave labor. That was what emerged from the dream. Siberia was also mentioned. You, who come from Siberia. He tried to explain that Archangel is not in Siberia, but they knew better. God knows why. Had something to do with the fact that it was his duty to turn the handle, and Madame Lentin had some part to play as well. He couldn't remember what, perhaps because he still had the memory of her pale face behind the awning over her shop front. He was almost afraid of going back to sleep. These nightmares exhausted him so much. And at 5 in the morning, he preferred to get up and go for a walk through the streets. He went to Place de la Gare, where a bar was open, drank a coffee there, and ate some croissants which had just arrived and were still warm. Would the baker's wife be surprised that he wasn't going to buy his usual 3 croissants? He walked past the bus depot, too, where two large green coaches, one of them going to Bourges, stood waiting to depart, with no passengers yet. At 8 o'clock, he opened his shop and moved out the 2 book boxes, which he took in again at 9:30. Then, hat on head, summons in his pocket, he went out, locking the door. It wasn't quite his usual time to go to Le Book's, but since he would be at the police station at 10 o'clock, he went in and had a coffee. They must have noticed his hat. They must have noticed, too, that he had locked the door of the shop. But no one asked him any questions, and they went on ignoring him as they had for the last 4 days. Nevertheless, he said, "See you later." He went along Rue Haute. 500 meters down, there was a square on the left, in the middle of which stood the gray town hall building. There was a market being held here too, much smaller than the one opposite his house. Just a few barrows of fruit and vegetables, 2 or 3 stalls, and a woman selling baskets and shoelaces. To reach the police station, you didn't go through the main entrance, but through a small door in a side street, and he found himself in the outer office, which smelled like a military barracks and was divided in two by a sort of counter made of dark wood. 5 or 6 people were waiting on a bench, and he was about to go and sit down alongside them. Out of humility or timidity, when a constable asked him, "What do you want?" he stammered, "I've received a summons. Give it here." He glanced at it, disappeared behind a door, and on his return said, "Wait a moment." Jonas remained standing, and the hands of the clock on the crudely painted white wall went on to indicate 10:10, 10:15, 20:10. So then he sat down, twisting his hat in his hands, wondering if this was like the doctor's surgery, and whether he would have to wait for all those in front of him to be seen first. Not so. Since a name was called, and a woman stood up and was taken off in the opposite direction from the way the officer had gone earlier. Another name was called, and a middle-aged man went to the counter and was told, "Sign here, and here. You've got the 422 francs." The man was holding his money in his hand, and in exchange he was given a pink paper, which he carefully folded and put in his wallet before walking out. Next, this was an old woman who leaned towards the officer to speak in a low voice. and Jonas was unconsciously straining to hear what she was saying when a bell sounded. "Just a minute," the uniformed officer said, interrupting her. "Monsieur Milk, this way, please." He went down a corridor lined with offices until he reached that of the police chief, who was sitting at a mahogany desk with his back to the window. "Sit down," he said, without looking up. He was wearing reading glasses, something Jonas had not known he did, having only seen him in the street, and he took them off every time he looked at Jonas. "Your name is Jonas Milk, and you were born in Archangel on 21st September 1916, naturalized French on the 17th May 1938. Yes, Chief Inspector." The chief had in front of him some closely typed sheets of paper, which he seemed to be glancing over as if to refresh his memory. "You married 2 years ago Eugenie Louise Josephine Palestri." He nodded, and the chief leaned back in his armchair and fiddled with his glasses for a moment before asking, "Where is your wife, Monsieur Milk?" Merely to hear himself called by this unaccustomed name threw him off balance. "I don't know, Inspector." Here, and he tapped the papers in front of him with his horn-rimmed glasses, now folded, "that you have given at least 2 different versions of her absence. I can explain that. One moment, in the first place, on Thursday morning, you declared spontaneously to several of your neighbors, in front of witnesses, and again on Thursday afternoon and Friday, that your wife had gone out of town by the 7:10 bus. Yes, that's right. She went on the bus. No, I meant that's right. That's what I said." It was starting again. The large foolscap pages contained the report by Inspector Baskin, who must have reconstructed their conversation from memory. On the other hand, when you were questioned by one of my officers, you said that your wife had left on Wednesday evening. As he was opening his mouth to reply, he was stopped by another tap on the desk of the horn-rimmed spectacles. "One moment, Monsieur Milk. I have to tell you, first of all, that we have received a report of a missing person. Was it Louis who had come round to make the complaint, or Angel, or Fredo?" He did not dare to ask, although he was itching to. These matters are always delicate, especially when it concerns a woman, all the more so when it is a married woman. I have summoned you here to ask you a certain number of questions, and I shall be obliged to go into some rather intimate details. You may take it that I am not accusing you of anything, and you have the right not to reply. But all I want is to let me speak, please. I will summarize the situation as briefly as possible. He put on his glasses and took up another sheet of paper, on which he seemed to have made a few notes. You are 40 years old, and your wife, better known as Gina, is 24, if I understand correctly. She wasn't exactly a model of virtue before you met. And as a neighbor, you were aware of her behavior. Is that correct? Yes, that's correct. Life, described like that, in a few administrative terms, must surely sound odious. Nevertheless, you married her in full knowledge of the facts, and in order to be married in church, which was the condition on which the Palestris would consent to the marriage, you converted to Catholicism and received baptism. This was a shock, since it revealed that a detailed investigation about him had been taking place during those empty days he had been living through. Had they been to question the priest and other people, whose names would be trotted out now? I would like, just by the way, to ask you a question, Monsieur Milk. That does not have anything to do with the affair in hand. You are an Israelite, are you not? He replied as if, for the first time, he felt ashamed of this. Yes. And you were here during the occupation. Yes. So you will remember that, at a certain point, the German authorities obliged the members of your religion to wear a yellow star on their clothes. Yes. How was it, then, that you never wore a yellow star, and that in spite of this you were not troubled by the authorities? In order to stay calm, he had to dig his nails deep into the palms of his hands. What could he say to this? Should he deny his own people? He had never considered himself as Jewish. He had never believed he was different from all the people around him in the Vieux Marché. And they, because he was fair-haired and blue-eyed, had never considered he was of a different race. It was not to deceive anyone that he had failed to wear a yellow star. At the risk of being sent to a concentration camp or condemned to death, he had taken the risk naturally because he wanted to be the same as everyone else. The police chief, who did not know him, could not have discovered this backstory on his own, nor could it have been Baskin, who at the time had been a prisoner of war in Germany. It must have come from someone else, someone from the market, one of the people who gave him a friendly greeting every morning. Did your wife know you were Jewish? I didn't mention it to her. Do you think that would have altered her decision? I don't think so. As he said that, he thought bitterly about the Arab with whom she had spent the night. What about her parents? I never asked myself that. Let's move on. Do you speak German? No. Russian? Of course. I used to speak it with my parents, but I've forgotten it. I don't think I'd understand it at all now. Mal, what had any of this to do with Gina's disappearance? Was he at last going to discover what they had against him? Your father came to France as an immigrant during the Russian Revolution. He was a prisoner of war in Germany, and when the armistice was signed in 1918, we call him an immigrant because he did not return to Russia. I suppose he joined a group of white Russians. He thought he could remember that Shepilov had enrolled his father in some political association, but Konstantin Milk had never been an active member, rather devoting himself entirely to his fish shop business. Without waiting for an answer, Chief Inspector DeVoe was pressing on, and yet, in 1930 he did not hesitate to return to his homeland. Why? To try and find out what had happened to my 5 sisters. Did you receive any news of him? No, never. Not by letter or word of mouth from friends. No, not at all. So how was it that your mother went back in turn? Because she couldn't live without her husband. You have never engaged in politics. No, never. You have never joined a group or party. No. DeVoe put his glasses back on and consulted his notes again. He seemed disappointed. It was almost as if he regretted asking certain questions. You correspond a great deal with foreign countries, Monsieur Milk. Did this mean they'd been asking the postman questions as well? Who else? I'm a philatelist. Does that oblige you to have such a large correspondence? Given the way I work, yes. He wanted to explain the process of his operations, his searches, among the packets of stamps he received from all over the world for the ones with peculiarities that might have escaped his fellow collectors. Moving on, the chief inspector said, apparently anxious to get it over with. He added, nevertheless, how do you get on with your neighbors? Very well. Very well indeed. I mean until the last few days. What has happened in the last few days? They're avoiding me. You were visited, I believe, by your brother-in-law, Alfred Palestri, known as Fredo. Yes. What do you think of him? He did not reply. Were you on bad terms? I don't think he likes me. Why not? Perhaps he wasn't pleased that I married his sister and your father-in-law. I don't know. After another glance at his notes, the chief inspector went on. Apparently, they were both against your marriage. At the time, Gina was working for you. If I have this correctly, yes, she was working as my home help. Did she sleep in the house? No. Did you have intimate relations with her? Not before we were married. You'd never been tempted to get married before that. No, that was true. He had never considered it. I am once more, for the record, going to put an indiscreet question to you, and you are entitled not to reply. How did you manage? He did not understand at first, and the chief inspector had to make it clearer. A man has certain needs. Before the war, there had been an authorized brothel not far from the town hall. In fact, in Rue du Pot de Fer, and Jonas had visited it regularly. The new laws after the war had made things difficult for a while. Then he had discovered a certain street corner near the station where 4 or 5 girls were walking the pavement in front of a house of furnished rooms. He admitted this, since he was being forced to strip himself more than naked. From what you have stated, you were not jealous on account of your wife. I didn't say that. I said I didn't let it show to her. I understand. So, you were jealous. Yes. What would you have done if you had found her in the arms of another man? Nothing. You wouldn't have been furious. I would have been distressed. But you would not have used violence against her or her partner. Certainly not. And she knew that. She must have known it. Did she take advantage of it? Then he felt like answering. It's all down there in black and white in front of you. But if he had already been intimidated when Inspector Baskin had been interrogating him in the shop, having come in with the casual air of being a customer, he was much more so in these official surroundings, where the questions had additionally touched on sensitive points, making him feel as if he were being flayed alive. There were some words and phrases that went on sounding inside his head, and he had to make an effort to understand what he was being asked. You never threatened her. He gave a start. With what? I don't know. You never made any threat of any kind to her. No, never. The idea would never have entered my head. Not even during a domestic quarrel, for instance, or when drink had been taken, We never had any domestic quarrels, and you must have been told that I drink nothing but coffee." The chief inspector slowly lit a pipe after filling it and leaned back in his chair, glasses in hand. "In that case, how do you explain the fact that your wife was afraid of you?" He thought he had misheard. "What did you say?" "I said she was afraid of you." "Gina, your wife." "Yes." Jonas stood up impetuously, intimidated though he was by his surroundings. It was only with difficulty that he could pronounce the words that tumbled from his lips in a disorderly way. "But, Chief Inspector, she was never afraid of me." What was there to be afraid of? On the contrary, when she came back home, Sit down. He wrung his hands. It was crazy, as if he were living through one of the nightmares he had dreamed the night before. "Frightened of me," he repeated. "Of me. But who would ever be afraid of him? Not even the stray dogs on the marketplace, or the cats either. He was one of the most inoffensive men on earth, the chief inspector. However, having put his spectacles back on, was looking at a report and running his finger along a passage in it. Your wife declared several times that you would end up killing her. When Huda, that's impossible. I cannot at this stage reveal to you the name of anyone to whom she made these confidences. But I can tell you that she did make them. And to more than one person. Jonas gave up. It was too much. This went beyond everything. That his neighbors would turn their backs on him was one thing. He had put up with it, gritting his teeth. But that Gina... Listen, Chief Inspector. He held out his hands, begging in a final burst of energy. If she was afraid of me, why? What was the good? In any case, he was lost for words. He had forgotten what he wanted to say. It didn't matter. Afraid of him. Please calm yourself. Once more. I'm not accusing you of anything. An investigation has been launched following the disappearance of your wife, and it is my duty not to neglect anything, and to hear all the evidence provided by witnesses without realizing he was doing it. Jonas nodded his head, and it so happens that, for some mysterious reason, on the morning when it was noticed that your wife was absent, you told a lie about it. He did not protest at this, as he had to Inspector Baskin. Afraid of me, he kept repeating to himself with painful insistence, so that inevitably led to certain comments. His head carried on nodding yes. All I want is to try and clarify the situation with you. The chief inspector's face and silhouette suddenly grew misty before his eyes, and he felt overcome by a weakness he had never experienced before. You wouldn't have a glass of water. He had just time to stammer. This was the first time in his life that he had fainted. It was very warm in the room. The police chief hurried to the door, and Jonas heard a tap running. He must have been unconscious for only a few seconds, since when he opened his eyes, a glass was bumping against his teeth and cold water was running down his chin. He gazed, with half-closed eyes but without bitterness, at the man who had just hurt him so badly and was now leaning over him. "Do you feel better now?" He blinked, the way he did to greet the widower, whom the chief inspector resembled. Perhaps this policeman was really a good man who was taking pity on him. "Drink another mouthful." He signaled no. He was embarrassed. In reaction, the urge to weep came over him. He managed not to, but it was a little while before he could speak, and then it was to blurt out, "I'm sorry. Just take a rest and don't try to talk." The chief inspector opened the window, which allowed the noise of the street to enter the room, and went back to his seat, uncertain now what to say or do. Chapter 7. "I think, Monsieur Milk," the police chief was saying, "that you have misunderstood me. Let's go over it again for one reason or another. Your wife has disappeared, and we have been asked to open an investigation. We had no choice but to collect witness statements and check out various rumors that have been circulating." Jonas was calm now, too calm, and his face wore a smile that could have been wiped off with a sponge. He was looking politely at his interrogator. His mind elsewhere, he was in fact listening to a cock crowing, a cry that had just rung out, clear and proud, above all the sounds of the town. At first, it had startled him so much that he felt everything was unreal, dreamlike, until he remembered that just opposite the police station there was a shop that sold caged birds and farmyard fowls. If he had risen from his chair, he would have been able to see the cages racked on the pavement. Purebred cocks, hens and ducks on the lower level. Then higher up parakeets, canaries, other birds, some of them bright red or blue, whose names he did not know. To the right of the doorway, there was a parrot on a perch, and passers-by were always surprised to see that it was not chained up on the marketplace. A woman with a shrill voice selling vegetables was calling out to housewives, telling them what fine lettuces she had, and the intervals between her repeated cries were quite regular, so that he found himself listening for them. Perhaps I went about this rather heavy-handedly. I apologize. Jonas nodded, looking as if it was all right. Gina was afraid of him. Nothing else mattered. He could hear anything now. And the chief inspector had no need to beat about the bush. I won't conceal from you that we have another witness statement which is rather worrying. Last Wednesday, a little before midnight, a woman was looking out of her window on Rue du Canal, about 400 meters from your house. She was waiting for her husband, who, for reasons that need not concern us, was later coming home than usual. And she saw a man go past, not very tall, and about your weight, carrying a large sack over his shoulder, going towards the lock and walking close to the wall. Did she say she recognized me? He was not reacting with anger or rebelliousness. I didn't say that, but obviously it's a coincidence. Do you think, Chief Inspector, that I'd have had the strength to carry my wife from the Vieux Marché to the canal? Gina was hardly any taller than him, but she was heavier, and he was not strong. Monsieur Devoe bit his lip. Since Jonas had fainted, he was less at ease and was taking precautions, not realizing that these were no longer necessary. For there comes a moment, does there not, when the agony of an injury causes a total loss of feeling. Jonas had passed beyond that point. And while he listened to what was being said, he was preoccupied by the sounds from the street. They weren't the same as in his neighborhood. There were more cars, and the passers-by were in a greater hurry. The light was different, too, and yet they were only 10 minutes on foot from the Vieux Marché. The cupboards behind the chief were made of mahogany like his desk, with some kind of green cloth stretched under a gilded wire mesh, and above them, framed in dark wood, was a photograph of the President of the Republic. I considered that objection, Monsieur Milk, but as you must know, if you read the newspapers, that kind of problem does often, alas, find a solution. He did not understand at once. I am sure you will have read or heard stories of bodies cut in pieces and then found in rivers or waste ground. Once more, I'm not accusing you of anything. They were not accusing him of cutting Gina in pieces and carrying them to the canal. What we have to do unless your wife reappears or we find her, is to eliminate you from our inquiries, and consequently, we have to explore every possible hypothesis carefully. He put his glasses back on to look at his notes. Why, after she had disappeared, did you make haste to send your linen and hers to the laundry? They knew his slightest actions. It was as if he had been living in a glass cage, because it was the day for the laundry. Were you in the habit of sorting the linen and bagging it up? No. Well, no, and yes. This proved how hard it was to express the absolute truth. It was supposed to be Gina's job, as in other households, and usually Gina did it. Only she never knew what day of the week it was, and Jonas sometimes had to remind her when she was making the bed, "Don't forget the laundry." And it was normal, too, to put the pillowcase containing the washing under the counter, so as not to keep the laundry van waiting, because the driver was always in a hurry. Gina's way of life was chaotic. Hadn't she forgotten to wash up the frying pan in which she had cooked the herrings Jonas? Having lived alone for a long time, not always with a home help, had retained the habit of keeping an eye on household tasks, and often carried out in her absence the ones Gina was supposed to do. Your wife had disappeared, Monsieur Milk. You told me just now that you loved her, yet you went to the trouble of handling a task men don't usually see to. All he could repeat was, because it was the day for the laundry. He knew that his interlocutor was looking at him curiously, as had Baskin at times, like a man who is trying to understand and not succeeding. You were not seeking to get rid of certain compromising traces. Traces of what? You also, on Friday or Saturday, cleaned the kitchen thoroughly. This had happened so often before Gina, when the home help was ill, and even more since his marriage. These are details insignificant in themselves. I agree. But when they pile up, that is something which must cause us concern. He nodded, like an obedient pupil. You have no idea of any relationships your wife might have contracted recently. No. Did she go out more than usual? As always in the morning, she would walk round the market, usually in dressing gown and slippers. In the afternoon, she would sometimes get dressed, put on makeup and perfume, and go shopping in town or to see a friend. And she didn't receive any letters either. No mail for her ever came to the house. Do you think she might have received it elsewhere? post restante. For instance, I don't know. What is strange, and you must concede this, you're an intelligent man, is that she left without taking any clothes, not even a coat, and, from what you tell us, hardly any money. She didn't take a bus or train. We've checked that. In the end, he thought it best to tell them about the stamps. He was tired. He was anxious to get away from this office and no longer to hear these questions that were so unrelated to reality. My wife, he said, and he felt a sharp pain go through him when he admitted this, as if it were a betrayal, had premeditated her departure. How do you know that? And why did you not mention it to Inspector Baskin? In the wardrobe of our bedroom, there is a strong box containing my most rare stamps, and she knew that, yes, are these stamps very valuable? Yes, worth several millions of francs. He wondered then whether it had been the right thing to mention them, since the chief inspector's reaction was not what he had expected. He was being stared at not only with incredulity, but with increased suspicion. You mean to say you possessed several million francs worth of postage stamps? Yes. I started collecting them at school when I was about 13, and I've carried on ever since. Who else, besides your wife, had seen these stamps in your possession? No one. So that means you can't prove that they were in the wardrobe. He had become calm and patient, almost detached, as if this no longer concerned himself and Gina. And perhaps that was because he was now on his own professional ground. For most of them, I can prove that I acquired them on a given date, either by purchase or by exchange. Some of them go back 15 years, others only 2 or 3. Philatelists have a sort of special closed world. They generally know where the rare examples are. Excuse me for interrupting you. Monsieur Milk, I know nothing about philately. I'm just trying for the moment to put myself in the shoes of a juryman. You say, although you have been living on what I would allow myself to call a very modest footing, and I hope that does not shock you. You say that you were in possession of several million francs worth of stamps, and that your wife has taken them, and you add that, in the case of most of them, you can prove at what dates they came into your possession, going back a number of years. Is that correct? He nodded, listening to the cock outside, which was crowing again, as the chief inspector, looking exasperated, went over to close the window. Is that all right with you? As you like. First of all, people will wonder whether the stamps were really in your house last Wednesday, since you could easily have sold them since. Can you prove that they were there? No. And can you bring me proof that you no longer have them? They're not in the box. But that's just theoretical, isn't it? What was there to stop you? Hiding them away somewhere else? Why would I do that? To incriminate Gina, was what the inspector was thinking. To make people think she had run off with his fortune. Now, do you see how difficult and delicate my task is? The people in your neighborhood seem, for one reason or another, to have taken against you. Until the last few days, they've always been very friendly towards me. The chief inspector stared hard at him, and Jonas realized why when he looked into his eyes. This man didn't understand either. People of all kinds had passed through his office, and he was used to the strangest of confidences. But Jonas perplexed him, and you could see his attitude gradually move from sympathy to irritation, sometimes to aversion, before he caught himself and tried to make contact again. It had been just the same with Baskin. Wasn't this evidence that he was not a man like any other? Would it have been different in the land where he was born? In Archangel, among people of his own race. All his life, he had had an intuition of this. Already in school, he had tried to make himself inconspicuous so that they would forget about him. And he was embarrassed when he came out top of the class, not having wished for it. Hadn't he been encouraged, though, to think of himself as belonging in the Vieux Marché? Hadn't they suggested at one time that he joined the defense committee of small shopkeepers, even become its treasurer? He had refused, thinking it wasn't his place to do that. It was not without reason that he had shown so much humility. Indeed, it began to look as if he had not shown enough, since people were turning against him. When did these stamps disappear, in your opinion? Normally, I have the key to the strong box in my pocket, with the front door key and the one to the till. He pulled out the silver chain and key ring. On Wednesday, I got dressed as soon as I got out of bed, but the day before, I'd gone downstairs in pajamas. So, your wife could have taken the stamps on Tuesday morning. That's what I presume. Can they be sold easily? No. So what happens? She doesn't know that. Like I told you, stamp dealers all know each other. If someone were to turn up with a collector's item, they would normally make inquiries about where it came from. Have you alerted your colleagues in the trade, then? No. Why not?
He shrugged his shoulders. He was starting to sweat again and missing the sounds in the street. So your wife left home without a coat or any luggage, but with a fortune that she won't be able to exchange for anything. Is that the case? He nodded.
She left the Vieux Marché on Wednesday night. That's over a week ago now. Nobody saw her leave. No one has seen her in town. She hasn't taken a bus or a train. In short, she's disappeared into thin air without leaving a trace. Where do you think she would have the best chance of selling the stamps? In Paris, of course, or any big city like Lyon, Bordeaux, Marseille, or abroad. Can you provide me with a list of the stamp dealers in France? The main ones, yes. I'll circulate a letter to them to put them on their guard. And now, Monsieur Milk. The chief inspector stood up and hesitated, as if he had not yet come to the most unpleasant aspect of his job. I just have to ask you to permit 2 of my men to accompany you back home and visit your house. I could get a search warrant, but as things stand, I'd prefer it to remain less official. Jonas had stood up too. There was no reason to refuse, since he had nothing to hide. And in any case, he was in the weaker position right now. That's what I would prefer. Was that in case he started covering things up? It was both laughable and tragic. It had all started with an innocent little sentence. She's gone to Bourges. Was it Le Bouc who had asked? Equally innocently, on the bus. And from that beginning, little by little, the ripples had become waves that had flooded the market and finally reached the police station at the top end of town. He was no longer Monsieur Jonas, the bookseller on the square, whom people greeted amiably for the chief of police, and in the official reports, he was Jonas Milk, born in Archangel, Russia, on 20 September 1916, naturalized French on 17 May 1938, dispensed from military service because of his eyesight, belonging to the Jewish race, converted to Catholicism in 1954. He had yet to discover a final aspect of the affair, one that he was not at all expecting. The interview, or rather, the interrogation, seemed to be over. Monsieur Deveau was fiddling with his glasses, which sometimes caught a ray of sunshine. In fact, Monsieur Milk, you do have an easy way of establishing
that the stamps were in your possession. He looked at the other man without understanding. They constitute, you said so yourself, a capital of several million francs. They were bought out of your income, and consequently, it must be possible to find in your tax returns the trace of the sums invested. Note that this doesn't concern me personally. It's a matter for the tax authorities. They'd get him that way too. He could guess this in advance. He would never manage to persuade them of the simple truth. He had never bought a stamp for 50,000, let alone 100,000 or 300,000 francs. Even if he owned a few that were worth that amount. He had discovered some of them by examining with a magnifying glass stamps that had not been identified as rare by other collectors, and in certain cases he had acquired them through a series of exchanges. As the chief inspector had said, he lived very modestly. But why worry about that? At the point he had reached now, only one thing mattered. Gina was afraid of him. And as he reached the doorway of the office, he asked a question in turn, timidly. Did she really say that I would kill her one day? That's what appears from the witness statements, from several people. Yes, I can confirm that. And she didn't say why. Monsieur Deveau hesitated, then closed the door again, having opened it. Do you really want me to answer that? Yes. You will note that I made no reference at all to this during our conversation, at least twice. She said, about you. He's a pervert. Jonas flushed crimson. It was the last word he had expected to hear. Think about it, Monsieur Milk, and we will resume our conversation another day. For now, Inspector Basquin will go back to your house with you and one of his men. The police chief's statement did not outrage him, and it seemed at last that he was starting to understand. Often in the past, Gina would be staring at him furtively when he was busy with something. But as soon as he raised his head, she looked embarrassed, and her expression then was much the same as the one he had seen on the faces of both Baskin and the chief. And yet she lived with him. She saw him in every state of existence, night and day. In spite of that, she had never become accustomed to him, and he remained an enigma to her. She must have wondered, when she was still working for him as a home help, why he didn't treat her as all the other men did, Ansel included. She was never more than lightly clad, and her movements
had an impudent freedom that could be taken for provocation. Had she thought then that he was impotent? Or had she imagined he was not attracted to women, having other tastes? And had she been the only person all those years to wonder about that? He saw once more her serious and preoccupied expression when he had suggested marrying her. He saw her again that first night, taking her clothes off and saying brusquely to him as he walked fully clad round the bedroom, without daring to look at her, "Aren't you going to get undressed?" It was as if she expected to discover that he was in some way not normal. The truth was that he felt ashamed of his body. He thought it too plump and pink. She had thrown back the bedclothes and stretched out, knees apart, watching him undress. And as he approached her, awkwardly, she had exclaimed, with a laugh that might only have been a sign of anxiety, "Are you going to keep your glasses on?" He had taken them off, and all the time that he lay on top of her, he had felt she was observing him, and that she had neither shared nor pretended to share his pleasure. "You see," she had said. What had that meant? Exactly. That he had managed to get his way in spite of everything. That despite appearances, he was a fairly normal man. "Shall we go to sleep?" "If you like. Good night." She had not kissed him, and he had not dared kiss her either. The police chief had forced him to remember that in 2 years they had never kissed one another. He had tried 2 or 3 times, and she had turned her head aside, neither abruptly nor with apparent disgust. Although they slept in the same bed, he only approached her as seldom as possible, because she took no part in it, and when, towards morning, he heard her alongside him breathing hoarsely, and then lying back finally with an almost desperate "ah," he kept his eyes closed and pretended to be asleep. As the chief inspector had said, no one had asked him any questions about that yet. But they would. What was it that had frightened Gina? Was it his calm behavior? His gentleness? His bashful tenderness when she returned from one of her escapades? Sometimes it was almost as if she were challenging him to hit her. Would she have been less afraid of him in that case? Would she have stopped thinking he was perverted? Basquin, the chief was calling, having gone into the corridor in another office. Jonas could see the inspector at his desk in shirt sleeves. "You're going to take a man along and accompany Monsieur Milk." "Yes, sir." He must have known what he was supposed to do. since he did not ask for further instructions. D'Amboise, he called out in turn to someone invisible in a different office. Neither of them was in uniform, but everyone in the Vieux Marché, indeed in town, knew who they were. Take some time to think, Monsieur Milk, the chief inspector said, as a parting remark. He was certainly not thinking what the chief assumed was on his mind. He was no longer seeking to defend himself, to answer the more or less grotesque accusations that had been formulated against him. What preoccupied him now was a debate with himself, one that was infinitely more tragic than their story of a woman chopped up into pieces. Strangely enough, they were right, but not the way they thought they were. And Jonas suddenly felt genuinely guilty. He had not got rid of Gina or thrown her body into the canal, nor was he a pervert in the sense they meant it. He didn't recognize in himself any anomaly or sexual deviation. He had not processed these thoughts yet, since the revelation was too recent. It had only just emerged when he was least expecting it, in the neutral atmosphere of an administrative office. Can you wait a moment for me, Monsieur Jonas? Baskin was still addressing him by the usual name, but it no longer gave him any pleasure. That stage was long past. He was back in the front office with the wooden counter, where new visitors were waiting on the bench, and in order to cover his distress, he pretended to read an official poster about regulations for the sale of horses and cattle on public premises. It must surely have been to her brother that Gina had first confided that she was afraid of him. That was probably it. That would explain Fredo's strong opposition to the marriage. Who else had she spoken to? Clémence Laloute. He tried to remember the sentence that the police chief had repeated to him. That man will kill me one day. Why? Because he hadn't reacted as she had thought he would when she went running after men. Because he was too gentle, too patient. Had she imagined that he was acting a part, and that one day he would give way to his real instincts? He had said to her when he had mentioned marriage, "I can at least offer you a bit of peace and quiet," something like that. He had not spoken of love or happiness, but of peace, because he was too humble to imagine that he could give her anything else. She was beautiful, full of the sap of youth, and he was 16 years older than her, a lonely, dusty little bookseller whose only passion was collecting stamps. That was not really true. That was how it appeared, and what other people must think. The truth was, he had an intense inner life, a rich and varied life, the life of the Vieux Marché, of the whole neighborhood, which he knew in intimate detail, sheltering behind the thick lenses of his spectacles, which seemed to isolate him and make him look harmless. Wasn't it a bit as if he had been stealing the lives of other people without their knowledge? Was that what Gina had discovered when she entered his house? Was that why she had talked about perversion and felt frightened? Was she angry with him for having bought her? Because he had bought her. He knew that quite well, and so did she. Angel knew this better than anyone else because she had arranged the sale just as Louis knew it and had not dared protest for fear of his wife, and as did Fredo, who had reacted violently. She had not been sold for money, but for a quiet life. He had realized this so clearly that he had been the first to use the words as a bait, a temptation, married to him. Gina would have a respectable facade, and her escapades would be covered up. Her material existence was assured, and Angel would no longer have to worry about her daughter ending up on the streets. The neighbors who had come to the wedding, had they too not thought the same thing? All their smiles and good wishes, their pleased expressions, especially at the end of the wedding reception, had they been sincere? Had they not, as well, felt a little ashamed of the transaction which they had, in a way, countersigned? The priest had not openly tried to dissuade Jonas from his plans. He, too, no doubt, preferred to see Gina married. Nevertheless, even Jonas's conversion had not aroused any enthusiasm in him. I don't dare ask you if you are a believer, because I don't want to lead you into falsehood. So he knew that Jonas was not a believer. Did he also guess that it was not simply in order to marry Gina that he was joining the Catholic Church, and that he had thought about it long before he knew her? I wish you happiness with her, and that you will make her happy. He wished for it, but visibly he didn't believe it. He was doing his duty as a priest when he married them, just as he had received the little man from Archangel into the Roman Catholic Church. How was it that, throughout the past 2 years, Jonas had never had the slightest inkling that Gina was afraid of him. Now, the scales had fallen from his eyes, and details he had not noticed at the time were coming back to him. He was realizing at last that he was a foreigner, a Jew, a lonely man who had traveled from the other end of the world to worm his way like a parasite into the flesh of the Vieux Marché. If you could just come along with us. The two men were ready, their hats on, and Jonas walked in between them, half a head shorter than his companions. They went towards Rue Haute in an atmosphere saturated with heat and sunshine. "Did that go all right?" asked Basquine, who would certainly have had a word with the chief. "I suppose so. I don't know." The chief's an unusually intelligent man. You know, he could have had a top job in Paris if he didn't insist on living with his daughter. He had a doctorate at 23, and he was on his way to a career as a prefect. It was only by chance he went into the police. From time to time, Basquin would return the greeting of a passer-by, and people turned round in the street to stare at Jonas walking between two policemen. For the last 4 days, since the day I came to see you, we've circulated a description of your wife. The inspector was surprised that Jonas did not react to this and kept glancing at him. "It's true, there are plenty of pretty girls with dark hair, wearing red dresses. Anyway, perhaps she's got herself a new one." As they passed the Italian restaurant, Jonas saw the top half of Pepito's head above the railed curtain, and Pepito was staring at him. Would he be going to eat lunch there? Would he even be allowed to? It was already 11:30. They would no doubt be searching the house from top to bottom, and its nooks and crannies were full of junk. Since Jonas never threw anything away, who knows whether, having reached this stage, they were not going to arrest him. He had still to go past Le Bouc's bar, and he preferred to turn his head away, not out of shame, but to spare them embarrassment, because they would be embarrassed. In spite of everything, they must have had to egg each other on, not one of them, on his own, except for Fredo, would have dared to turn so brutally against him. If you'll say it, I will. Why not? Anyway, because he had kept the truth from them. He took his keys from his pocket, unlocked the door, and found a yellow flyer from the local cinema on the floor. "Come in, officers." The shop had been bathed in sunshine all morning, and with the stale air was like a furnace. Two large blue bottles were buzzing clumsily around. I think you might prefer it if I leave the door open. The smell of books was stronger than usual, and in order to create a draft, he went to open the door onto the courtyard, where a blackbird was hopping about. He knew the blackbird. It came along every morning and was not afraid of him. Tell me if you need me. Baskin was the first to speak. I'd like to take a look at the bedroom first. It's up here, is it? Go on up. I'll follow you. He would have liked a cup of coffee, but didn't dare ask permission to go and make some, let alone go over to Labouk's. The bedroom was an apple pie order, the counterpane neatly pulled over the bed and the washstand immaculate. As he went in, though, Jonas's eye immediately fell on Gina's comb, which was dirty and full of dark hairs. He was so used to seeing it in the same place that he hadn't noticed it before and had not cleaned it. Is this the only bedroom? Yes. So you both slept in this bed? Yes. Through the open window, Jonas could hear furtive footsteps on the pavement down below, and whispers. Where does this door lead? To the lavatory. And this one, he pushed it open. It had once been a bedroom looking onto the courtyard, but it was so tiny that there was only just room for a single bed. Jonas used it as a lumber room and a store for the shop. Inside it were broken chairs, an old trunk with the lock torn off, dating from their departure from Russia, a dressmaker's dummy he had bought for Gina, but which she had never used, some cracked dishes, several piles of books, the ones he had no hope of selling, and even a chamber pot. Nobody ever cleaned this room. They hardly ever opened the skylight, and it felt musty. Gray dust had settled on everything. The two policemen exchanged glances. It meant that obviously no one could have come in here recently without leaving some trace. They had kept their hats on. Baskin was finishing a cigarette and went to throw the stub into the toilet bowl. Clothes in here, he asked, pointing at the wardrobe. Jonas opened both sides of it, and the inspector ran his hands through Gina's dresses and coats, and then the two suits and overcoat belonging to Jonas. She had no other outdoor coat. No. In the lower part of the wardrobe were 3 pairs of Gina's shoes, her mule's, and 1 pair of his own shoes. These were all the clothes they owned. This is the famous strong box. By saying this, he was letting slip that his chief had spoken to him while Jonas was waiting in the outer office. "Will you open it, please?" He took out his keys again, put the box on the bed, and raised the lid. "I thought it was empty," said Basquin in surprise. "I never said that." There were about 50 transparent sleeves inside, each containing a stamp or a postcard with a stamp on it. So what did she take then? About a quarter of the stamps that were in here. She wouldn't have been able to get the whole lot with the envelopes into her handbag. The rarest ones. Yes. How did she know which they were? I'd shown them to her. And anyway, they were on top of the others, because I'd been looking at them recently. The two men exchanged a glance behind his back, and they must have thought he was crazy. "You don't have a gun in the house." "No." "You've never owned a revolver." "No, never." The other policeman was examining the floor, the carpets with their pink and blue flowers, the blue curtains, as if searching for traces of blood. He took particular care looking at the washstand and its surroundings, and went on to inspect the lavatory. Baskin stood on the cane-seated chair to look on top of the wardrobe, then opened the drawers in the chest. One by one, the top drawer was Gina's, and everything was in a jumble. Her 3 nightdresses, some panties and bras, 2 camisoles she practically never wore, stockings, a battered handbag, a powder compact, 2 packets of aspirin, and a rubber douche. Inside the handbag, the inspector found a lipstick-stained handkerchief, a few coins, a free gift pencil, and a receipt for 227 francs for a purchase at Prezunic. Jonas's drawer was more tidy, with shirts on one side, pajamas on the other, socks, underpants, handkerchiefs, and vests in the middle. There was also a wallet that Gina had given him for his birthday, but which he never used, because he thought it too grand. It still smelled of new leather and was empty. And the bottom drawer contained a mixture of everything that couldn't be fitted in anywhere else. Medicaments, 2 winter blankets, a hat brush with a silver handle, which was a wedding present, hairpins, and 2 promotional ashtrays, which had never been used. Baskin did not overlook the bedside table, where he found a broken pair of glasses, some Gardinal pills, a razor, and underneath them, a photograph of Gina in the nude. Jonas had neither taken it nor put it there. It dated from long before their marriage, since Gina was still a teenager, and although her breasts were well developed, she was slimmer then around the waist and hips. "See this," she had said to him one day, when, unusually for her, she was tidying up her things. "Do you recognize me?" Her features were not yet clearly marked. It is true that the photo was rather blurred. Gina was standing at the end of a bed, in a hotel room no doubt, and it was obvious that she didn't know what to do with her hands. "Don't you think I was prettier then than I am now?" He had said no. "I like keeping it. It's fun to compare it. The day will come when no one will believe it's of me." She was gazing at herself in the mirror, thrusting her chest out and feeling her hips. "I didn't take that photo," he hastened to say to Basquin. "It's from when she was much younger." The inspector looked at him curiously once more. "I see," he said. Then, after exchanging further glances with his colleague, "Let's go downstairs." It was a bit like an auction when a family's furniture and their most personal objects are piled up outside on the pavement and curious onlookers come along to finger them. But what did it matter now if they searched his lair? After what they had already done to him, not only was he not at home in his house, he was no longer at home in his body. Chapter 8. As they were making their way from the bedroom to the kitchen, they had to go through the little office, and Jonas automatically glanced out towards the shop. He saw faces pressed against the window, and even had the impression that a small boy must have come right inside and dashed out again, causing shouts of laughter. The policeman examined everything: the larder for storing food, the kitchen scales, the coffee mill, the door behind which sweeping brushes were hanging, the insides of the cupboards and the table drawer, and they looked with particular care at the meat cleaver and cooking knives, as if to discover suspicious traces. They went out into the courtyard as well, from where Baskin pointed at the windows of the Palestres' house. "Isn't that where Gina's family lives?" Yes. One of the windows was even of the bedroom that had been hers as a girl, and was now occupied by Fredo. They spent longer in the office. The drawers were full of papers of all sorts. Envelopes stuffed with foreign stamps, marked with signs which the inspector had to have explained to him.
and he took quite a while to leaf through the Russian album, glancing up at Jonas from time to time. You didn't do the same for other countries. Then he could only reply, no. He knew what they would be deducing from this. I see you have a whole series of Soviet stamps. That's the first time I've seen any. How did you get hold of them? They're easily available in the trade. Ah. The inquisitive onlookers outside moved away only when the two men started on the bookshop, where they ran their hands behind the volumes on the shelves. You've cleaned these recently. Would they be holding it against him that he had thoroughly cleaned the shop to give himself something to do well? That was a matter of indifference to him now. He was not trying to defend himself anymore. At some point in the morning, he couldn't have said when, and it didn't matter. Something had snapped. It was as if a thread had been cut, or rather, as if he had suddenly been freed from the laws of gravity. He could see the two men, the inspector and D'Amboise, doing their job conscientiously, but their coming and going, their gestures, and the words they spoke no longer had anything to do with him. The small group of people outside went on watching the house, and he did not even bother to glance at it to see who was there. To him, it was just a blur of color in the sunshine. Everything was behind him now. He had crossed over to the other side. He waited patiently for the men to finish. And when finally they decided to leave, he dropped the catch and locked the door behind them. This was no longer his house. The furniture and objects were still in their accustomed places. He could still have stretched out his hand, shut, to locate everything, but all contact had come to an end. He was hungry. It did not even occur to him to go and eat at Pepito's. In the kitchen, he found some leftover cheese and a crust of bread, and he began nibbling them. Standing in the doorway onto the courtyard. At that point, he had not made up his mind to anything, at least not consciously, and it was when his eyes fell on a washing line stretched between his house and the wall of the Chang's place that his thought took precise form. He had come a long way from Archangel to this town, by way of Moscow, Yalta, and Constantinople, ending up in an old house on the marketplace. His father had gone away again. Then his mother. Better to be sure we've got at least one left, Constantine Milk had said of Jonas when he had set out on his expedition. Now it was his turn.
He had made his decision, but all the same, he finished eating the bread and cheese as he looked at the clothesline, which was made of twisted wire, and then at the branch of the lime tree that overhung their yard from the garden of the next door grocery by chance. One of the metal chairs was just under the branch. It was true, as he had told the inspector, that he had never owned a firearm, and he had a horror of violence, so much so that the sound of children's cap guns out on the marketplace always made him jump. He thought for a while, wondering if there was anything he ought to do upstairs, or in the shop, or the office. No, there was nothing more for him to do anywhere. They had not understood him, or he had not understood other people. And now there was no chance this misunderstanding would ever be cleared up. For a moment, he felt like explaining everything in a letter, but that was a last surge of vanity, of which he was ashamed. So he decided against it. It wasn't easy to undo the knots fastening the wire clothesline, and he had to go and fetch his pliers from the kitchen table drawer. He was neither sad nor bitter. He was feeling, on the contrary, a serenity he had never experienced before. He thought of Gina, but not of Gina as she appeared in life or as she seemed to herself, but a disembodied Gina, who in his mind became confused with his sister Dusha, a kind of woman who probably does not exist. Woman, would she find out that he had died because of her? He tried to lie to himself again, and it brought a blush to his cheeks. It was not because of her that he was going to disappear. It was on his own account. Or perhaps, in reality, because they had forced him to delve too deeply into himself. Could he go on living? After what he had discovered about himself and other people, he stood on the metal chair to attach the line to the branch and scratched himself on a metal splinter. The tip of his finger was bleeding, and he sucked it as when he was a child, although from the pilestrous windows and from Gina's old bedroom you had a view of the kitchen door of his house. The wall between his yard and the Chains' place prevented anyone seeing him where he now was. All he had to do was make a slip knot, and he used the pliers to make sure it was secure. A hot mist suddenly enveloped his face at the sight of the swinging noose. He wiped his forehead and upper lip and had difficulty swallowing his saliva. He felt ridiculous standing on a garden chair, hesitating, trembling, panicking at the idea of the physical pain he would suffer, and above all, the progressive stifling, the struggle that his suspended body would put up against asphyxia. What was preventing him going on living? After all, the sun would go on shining and the rain falling. The square would fill up with the sounds and smells of market mornings. He would still be able to make coffee for himself, sitting alone in his kitchen, listening to the birds singing. At that moment, the blackbird, his blackbird, came to sit on the tub where the chives were growing alongside a tuft of thyme, and as he watched it hopping about, Jonas's eyes filled with tears. He did not have to die. No one was forcing him to. It would be possible, with patience and more humility, to come to some arrangement with himself. He got down from the chair and hurried suddenly towards the house to flee the temptation, to make sure not to go back. His knees were trembling and his legs felt weak. He struck a match over the gas burner and filled the kettle to make coffee. He would find good reasons for acting this way now. Who knows, Gina would perhaps come back one day and need him. The market people themselves would understand in the end. And wasn't Fernand Lebouc already looking embarrassed? In the half-dark larder, he turned the handle of the coffee mill attached to the wall. It was made of china, with a blue and white Dutch landscape on it, showing a windmill. He had never been to Holland. He, who had traveled so far as a baby, had never gone away thereafter, as if he were afraid to lose his place in the Vieux Marché. He would be patient, the police chief, so Bascom had told him, was an intelligent man. The smell of coffee was doing him good already, and its steam was misting up his glasses. He was wondering now whether he would have kept his glasses on while he hanged himself. Then he thought of Dusha again, telling himself that it was perhaps thanks to her that he had not gone through with this definitive act. He did not yet dare go back into the courtyard to undo the knot. His alarm clock on the mantelpiece showed 10 minutes to 2, and he felt comforted on hearing its familiar tick-tock. He would manage somehow. He would try not to think of certain things. The desire to look again at his Russian stamps came over him. as if it was something to cling to, and, taking his coffee cup, he went to sit at his desk in the little office. Was he a coward? Would he come to regret not having done today what he had decided to do later on? If life became worse again for him, would he still have the courage to do it? There was no one outside now spying on him. The marketplace was empty. The church clock struck 2, and he ought, if he followed his normal routine, to go and lift the catch on the shop door. It wasn't as important now as before, and he had time to get gradually back into his usual habits. He opened the drawer and took out the album, on the first page of which he had glued a photograph of his father and mother in front of the fish shop. He had taken it with a cheap camera he had received for Christmas when he was 11. He was about to turn the page when a shadow fell across the shop window. A woman he did not know was knocking on the door, trying to peer inside, surprised to find the shop shut. He thought this was just a customer and almost did not open up. She was an ordinary woman, not well-to-do, aged no more than 40, a woman who had probably had several children and worked hard all her life, since it showed in the shape of her body and the weariness that marks women like her, old before their time. Shading her eyes with her hand, she was still trying to see into the darkness of the shop, and he got up, in the end, almost as an act of charity. I was afraid there was no one there, she said, eyeing him with curiosity. He murmured, I was working. You are Gina's husband. That's right. Yes. Is it true they're going to arrest you? I don't know. They told me this morning, and I wondered if I would get here too late. Sit down, he said, motioning to a chair. No, I haven't got time. I must get back to the hotel. They don't know I've come out. I use the back door. The owners are new to the business. They think they have to be strict with the staff. He listened to her without understanding. I work as a chambermaid in the Hotel des Négociants. You know where I mean. It was there that he had attended the Ansel's daughter's wedding reception. The walls were painted to look like marble, and the hall was full of pot plants. Before my husband got a job in the factory, I used to live here, on the corner of Rue Gambetta and Rue des Saules. I knew Gina pretty well when she must have been about 50. That's why, when she turned up at the hotel, I recognized her right away. When did she go to the hotel? Several times. Whenever this company rep came down from Paris. That's about every 2 weeks. It's been going on for months. His name is Thierry. Jacques Thierry. I looked up his name in the register. He works for a chemicals firm. Some kind of engineer. He is, but he's quite young, under 30. I'd say he's married and has 2 lovely little kids. I know that because at first he always used to put a photo of the family on his bedside table. His wife's a blonde, and the older child's a boy, 5 or 6 years old, like my youngest. I don't know where he met Gina, but one afternoon I saw him in the corridor with her, and she went into his room. Since then, every time he's down here, she visits him at the hotel for an hour or two. It depends, and I can't not know what goes on because I have to change the sheets. Forgive me for telling you this, monsieur, but people told me you were in big trouble, and I thought it best you should know. Gina was the same when she was 15, if that's any consolation. And I'll tell you something else you might not know, but I got it from a good source. Her mother was the same in her day. Did she go to the hotel last Wednesday? Yes, at about 2:30. When they told me about it this morning,
I wasn't sure of the day, and I went to check in the register. He arrived early on the Tuesday and left again on Wednesday evening by train. No, he always drives. I think he has other factories to visit on the way. So did they stay long together on Wednesday? Just the same as usual, she replied with a shrug. What kind of dress was she wearing? A red one. You couldn't miss it. He had been testing her. No, I'd rather my name stays out of this, because, like I told you, the new owners are fussy. But if the police are really wanting to send you to prison, and it can't be avoided, I'll repeat what I know. Do you have the address of the man in Paris? I wrote it down on a bit of paper so I could bring it to you. She seemed surprised that he appeared so calm and mournful, whereas she must have been expecting him to be relieved. It's 27 Rue Championnet. I shouldn't think he'd take her there, though.
When I think of his wife, who seems so delicate, and the kiddies, I really must thank you. My name's Berthe Lenoir, in case you need me, but I'd prefer it if no one comes to the hotel. We live on the estate opposite the factory. Second bungalow on the left, blue shutters. He thanked her again. And when he was alone, he felt more disoriented than ever, like a prisoner who,
on being released after many years, doesn't know what to do with his freedom. Now he would be able to provide them with proof that he had not got rid of Gina and thrown her body in the canal. What surprised him most was what he had been told about the man she had gone away with. Since he did not correspond to the type she usually chose, their affair had been going on for 6 months, and during that time she had not run away once.
Did she love this man? And was the Parisian about to break up his marriage? Why, in this situation, had Gina taken the stamps mechanically? He had put on his hat and headed for the door, so as to go to the police station. It seemed the only logical thing to do. This did not mean he was taking action against Gina, since the police couldn't accuse her of anything if he did not bring charges. He would not claim his stamps back, and there was nothing they could do against her lover either. It was a strange sensation to find himself on the pavement, in the sunshine, even hotter now than in the morning, and to go past Le Bouc's bar, telling himself he'd come back there, since nothing now stopped him coming back. The people who lived round the marketplace would soon find out what had happened, and instead of accusing him of anything, would feel sorry for him. They would feel a little ashamed at first for having turned against him so quickly, but it would only take a few days for everything to revert to the way it had been, and they would be greeting him cheerfully with a "Morning, Monsieur Jonas." Would Angel be angry with him for not having kept a closer watch on her daughter? But had she been any better at doing it before Gina was married, only Fredo would not change his attitude. But there was little chance Fredo would ever be reconciled with the human race. He'd leave home sooner or later, go goodness knows where, far from the Vieux Marché, which he hated, and he would feel just as unhappy anywhere else. He almost went into
Fernand's cafe at once, as if everything was now forgotten, but told himself it was, and he turned into Rue. He was sure that Gina would come back, as he had all the other times, but it would have left more of a mark this time, and she would really need him.
Wasn't everything going to be easy now? All he had to do was enter the police station, go up to the dark wooden counter that divided the outer office in two. "I would like to speak to Chief Inspector DeVoe, please." Who shall I say?
unless it was the same officer on duty as this morning who would recognize him, Jonas Milk, because there they called him Milk. It wouldn't matter this time if they made him wait. The chief would be surprised. His first thought would be that Jonas had decided to confess. And Jonas would announce to him, "I know where my wife is." He would give them the name and address of the chambermaid and warn them not to go to the hotel. He would also give them the piece of paper with the address of the man who worked for the chemicals firm. You can check it out, but I don't want to get them into trouble. Perhaps Madame Thierry doesn't know about this, and there is no point in her finding out the truth. Would they understand him this time? Would they still regard him as a man from another planet? Or would they at last consider him as a human being like everyone else Rue Haute at this time of day was almost deserted on the square in front of the town hall? The vegetable barrows had gone, and pigeons were pecking around between the cobbles. From a distance, he could see the bird cages opposite the police station, but he could not hear the cock crowing. That morning, in the chief's office, he had fainted for the first time in his life, and it had not been an unpleasant sensation. It had even seemed to him for a moment as if his body had become weightless, as if he had become disembodied. As he lost consciousness, he had thought of Dusha. He was slowing down without realizing it. Only about 20 meters to go now, and he could distinctly see the round eyes of the parrot on its perch. A uniformed policeman came out of the station and rode off on his bicycle, perhaps to deliver a summons on cheap paper, such as he had received the day before. Had it really been yesterday? It seemed so long ago. Had he not lived since then almost as much as the rest of his life? He had stopped about 10 paces from the door with its blue lantern, and wide-eyed, he was gazing at nothing. A boy of about 15 running along the street almost knocked him over, and he just managed to rescue his glasses. What would have happened if they had broken on the pavement? The bird seller, wearing a gray overall like the ironmonger's, was staring at him, wondering if he was perhaps unwell. As Jonas turned around, crossed back over the cobbled square and went down Rue Haute, Pepito, in his open doorway, was sweeping the floor and watched him go past. So did Lebuc, only a small girl with very fair hair, who was all alone, playing with her doll under the slate roof of the Vieux Marché, saw him drop the catch on the door of his bookshop. Chapter 9.
The weather was overcast and threatening. A van was parked, two wheels up on the pavement, opposite the bookshop. The baker's wife had not noticed that he had failed to call for his 3 croissants earlier in the morning. The boy who had come last week and taken away the book on beekeeping had turned up with his 50 francs, tried to open the door, and peered inside without being able to see anything. At 10:15, in Le Bouk's bar, Ansel said, "Ah, no Jonas this morning," and he added, though without malice, "Jonas, that rotter." Le Bouk had said nothing. It was not until 11 that a woman who had tried to enter the shop to buy a book went over to ask Angel, "Is your son-in-law ill?" Angel had retorted, leaning over a basket of spinach, her large rear in the air. "If he is, I hope it finishes him off." But all the same, she had asked, "Why did you want to know? His shop's shut." Perhaps they've already arrested him. A little later, in between customers, she went over herself to check and pressed her face against the glass. But everything seemed in order, except that Jonas's hat was there, on a cane-seated chair. "You haven't seen Jonas, have you, Melanie?" she asked, as she went past the Chania store. "Not this morning." When Louis came home at about noon and parked the three-wheeler, she announced to him, "Looks like they've arrested Jonas." "Good job, too. The door's locked and you can't see any movement inside." Louis went over to have a drink at Le Bouk's. "They've arrested Jonas. Beneke, the policeman, was there, drinking a glass of white wine." "Who? The police, I suppose." Beneke frowned and shrugged his shoulders. "That's odd." He drank off the last of his wine. "Didn't hear anything about that at the station." Only Le Bouk seemed concerned. He said nothing, but after a few minutes' thought, he went to the back of the bar, where the telephone was fixed to the wall next to the cloakrooms. "Get me the police station, please." "Calling them now. Police station here. What can I do for you?" He recognized the voice of the duty officer. "That you, Juve? Who's this calling?" "Le Bouk. Look, have you arrested Jonas, the bookseller?" "Yes. Haven't heard anything about him this morning, but he's not my responsibility. Hold on a minute." A moment or so later, his voice came through. "No, nobody here knows anything about that. The chief's out at lunch, but
Baskin's here and he would have been told. The door of the shop is closed. So what? I don't know. No one's seen him this morning. I'd better get the inspector for you. Hang on. Presently, he heard Baskin's voice. Juve tells me you haven't seen Jonas this morning. That's right. His shop's closed. No sign of life inside.
Do you think he might have gone away? That wasn't what was in Fernand's mind, but he preferred not to give an opinion. I don't know. It just seems odd. He's a strange man. I'll come over when Baskin arrived. 10 minutes later, several people came out of the bar and moved closer to Jonas's shop. The inspector knocked on the door. At first normally, then more and more insistently. Finally, calling up towards the first floor window, which was open. Monsieur Jonas Angel, who had approached, was not looking her usual sarcastic self. Louis, still inside Fernand's bar, drank 2 glasses of grappa straight off, muttering, "Bet he's hiding away in some corner." He didn't believe this. He was afraid, anxiety showing in his red-rimmed eyes. "Is there a locksmith around here?" Baskin asked, after shaking the door in vain. "Old Deltour. He lives in—" But Madame Cheng cut off the woman who said this. "You don't have to force the door. You can just go over the garden wall from our side. If you stand on a chair, follow me. Inspector." She led him through the shop and the back kitchen, where a stew was on the hob, and into the courtyard, cluttered with barrels and orange boxes. "It's about Jonas," she shouted to her husband, who was hard of hearing. "Then, here we are. A barrel would be better than a chair." She stood waiting, in her white overall, hands on hips, as she watched the inspector heave himself up onto the wall. "Can you get down the other side?" He did not reply at once, because he had just discovered the little man from Archangel hanging from the lime tree branch that overlooked his courtyard. The kitchen door stood open, and on the oilcloth covering the table was a cup containing the remains of coffee. A blackbird hopped across the threshold from inside the house, then flew to the top of the tree, where it had its nest. Chapter 10. Secret Revealed. Jonas stood silently in the room filled with rare stamps. The light from the windows illuminating the old postcards. His heart was pounding, and he was both nervous and anxious Gina had not returned, and his precious collection was in danger. Marcel Jeannot appeared suddenly near the window, his eyes both curious and alert. Jonas sensed that Marcel's appearance might bring danger or important clues. Gina is still absent, but clues about her disappearance and the disappearance of some rare stamps are slowly emerging. Jonas must combine wit and caution to find the truth. Supporting characters like Palestri, Clémence, and Fernand Lebouc all exert pressure from multiple sides. Every question, every gesture forces Jonas to consider trust, doubt, or confront. In this moment, light and darkness, secret and truth, desire and power converge. Jonas's next move will determine the fate of the collection, of Gina, and of himself. Chapter 11. Battle of Minds. Jonas stood silently by the stamp table, his eyes following Marcel Jeannot's every move. Every little movement could reveal clues about the collection and Gina's absence. Pamela appears in Jonas's imagination, but this time it is the real Gina, appearing from the hallway with a look of concern and caution. Jonas realizes that their relationship is both trusting and secretive, and potentially dangerous. Clémence and Palestri watched from a distance, silently but with a palpable pressure. Jonas understood that every decision, every gesture, was being watched and judged. Marcel probes, asking questions that forced Jonas to react quickly. He must remain calm, maintain control of the situation, and protect Gina and the stamp collection. In this moment, light and dark, truth and lies, power and desire converge. Jonas's next move will determine the fate of him, Gina, Marcel, and everyone involved. Chapter 12. The Turning Point. The room was stifling, the light from the window illuminating the stamp collection and Jonas's tense face. Every move and gesture had to be precise, because the slightest mistake could reveal the secret. Gina moved closer, her eyes both worried and wary. Jonas realized that their relationship was no longer just about love. It was part of a conspiracy, a power, a survival. Marcel Jeannot stood still, his eyes searching, trying to read Jonas's every move. Marcel's presence increased the pressure. forcing Jonas to combine his intelligence, instinct, and alertness to control the situation. Clémence and Palestri watched from a distance, keeping a cautious attitude. All secrets, all power, and all desires converged in this room, creating a tense mental climax. Jonas understands that his next move will determine the fate of him. Gina, Marcel, and everyone involved, where light and darkness, truth and lies clash fiercely. Chapter 13. The Decisive Night. The room was dark, save for the faint light from the desk lamps illuminating the stamp collection. Jonas Popinga stood still, his hands shaking slightly, but still holding on tightly, his sharp eyes watching every move of Gina and Marcel. Gina stood by the window, her eyes anxious and curious, trying to read Jonas's thoughts. Their relationship was one of trust and suspicion, of desire and power. Marcel Jeannot walked slowly into the room, his eyes serious but calculating. His presence created tremendous pressure, forcing Jonas to make a quick decision, confront, avoid, or use his intelligence to manipulate the situation. Clémence and Palestri watched silently, their hearts racing with every movement. Jonas realized that every moment was vital, and the smallest mistake could ruin every secret and plan. In a climactic moment, light and darkness, truth and lies, power and desire converge. Jonas's next actions will determine the fate of him, Gina, Marcel, and everyone around him. Chapter 14. The End. Dawn light filtered through the window, illuminating Jonas Popinga's tense but determined face. The long, tense night had ended, and the immediate dangers to Gina, Marcel, and the others had temporarily subsided. Jonas looks back on the entire sequence, every decision, every delicate act of protecting himself, maintaining control of the stamp collection, and protecting Gina. He realizes that intelligence, calmness, and observation are the light that guides through darkness and danger. Jonas and Gina's relationship is now deep trusting, tense, and mysterious. They both know that secrets are not yet fully revealed, but cooperation and intelligence will help them overcome difficulties. Marcel and the other supporting characters retreat, but the dangers of society, the law, and conspiracy still exist. Jonas knows that sobriety, intelligence, and vigilance will always be the weapons that guide the next challenges. Life, power, and secrets go hand in hand, and Jonas Papinga, who has just experienced a long, intense night, will continue to walk between light and darkness, ready to face the mysteries and challenges ahead.